Steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there. Coming through from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an nade around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
Well, the final week is finally here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2, and our 20 teams are fighting for a chance to play and participate here in our final Super Weekend, where they can win $1,000 per chicken dinner, but more importantly, points to get themselves qualified through into the final, so they can play for that slot into the PMGC. Jason Kaplan, and luckily for me, I'm joined by two very handsome and smart men to help me break down all the action happening here within the PUBG Mobile world of Western Europe. We've got Kalaris, we got Maxman. Gentlemen, how was your day off? How are you guys excited for this final week of league play?
I don't know if I had too much of a day off. I was calculating a lot of numbers in the background. Of course, a lot of them were wrong, but that is what we were expecting. But no, I mean, really hyped up for this third and final week to see which other teams to actually make into the finals. And of course, teams at the bottom, they need to qualify in the Super Weekend. So today and tomorrow is going to be very, very intense.
Yeah, especially for, of course, as you say, some of those teams that just haven't been able to really put up a huge amount of numbers for that Super Weekend. It's going to be a bit down to the wire for them. And even some heavy hitters that we expected to kind of be in comfortable positions already are not there just yet. So there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, and we'll jump into those standings actually at the end of our second Super Weekend. But I have to say this, I'm trying so hard, Max, to be nice to you. But when you set me up with you calculate numbers and then being wrong, it's just like, come on, man. You knew that was going to happen. Everyone knew that was going to happen. Let's take a look, though, at our overall standings. We do have a change of leadership, though, in this when it comes to first place. But I think mostly what we want to focus on, of course, is going to be down towards those bottom teams, right? But in the meantime, we got Big taking away the #1 spot from Game Lord, but so has Eastern Stars as they snuck into second place.
Yeah, Eastern Stars and Game Lord a little bit silent when it came down to that second Super Weekend. Still not a bad result when you really compare it to the rest of the lobby, but it's just when Big on that last day of this second Super Weekend allowed themselves to get 3 chicken dinners out of the 5 games. That is absolutely nutty. So of course that allows them to push themselves up in first place. But the lead that they have is so small that literally a 1 game alone and Eastern Stars Game Lord can get back in track. But the one team that I looked at and I checked the stats and compared it to last PMPL, LMV Gaming on this second Super Weekend had the 3rd best score out of a Super Weekend since PMPL Season 1 into PMPL Season 2. First place was Panda, then Game Lord, and they got the 3rd most points in the Super Weekend. So LMV almost able to set a record in that second Super Weekend, which was absolutely insane, able to push himself up in top 5.
Claris, can we really trust those numbers? I'm not sure.
I triple, quadra checked. Those are 100%, yes.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Max, for leaving some teams for me to talk about here, since you spoke about literally every single one. I think what's really cool, though, is that, our vision for where Big could have been was there, right? They had themselves 0 chicken dinners. I think they were in about 3rd place. That was kind of ridiculous in itself. But then to see them get all those wins in that particular day, and we know that this team is able to roll with it. So getting 3 chicken dinners in one day was insane for Big. It's really good to see them up at the top, Jace.
I mean, just imagine waking up playing, in 5 hours time, you made $3,000. That's pretty crazy, to be honest, because that's what they did, right? Like you said, they got all 3 chicken dinners in the final day of the Super Weekend. But we are also not seeing some teams here on this front page, and there's a reason why. As we look at our second page, a team like Conqueror, who failed to qualify into the second week of the Super Weekend, have fallen from the front page. Have fallen pretty much from the top here down to 12. That is ridiculous, and that really shows the impact of missing a Super Weekend.
Yeah, not only, of course, not qualifying into a Super Weekend, that's going to hurt your chances by a very big margin. No big surprise there for Conqueror. But when you have Team Doom and TSC Legends very clearly having their best Super Weekend in Week 2, that just makes it even worse for Conqueror. They slip down from the top page down to the second page, and it could get, of course, a little bit worse if they do not make it into this final Super Weekend. I think a lot of people are not expecting that to happen. Conqueror are going to try their very best this time around, but them and Destiny especially, these two teams, and especially Destiny right in 15th place, they cannot afford to not make in the Super Weekend. Otherwise, they're out of the entire finals, and that would be a big surprise for sure.
I think as we're looking at this, maybe Conqueror would be the only team pretty safe when it comes to maintaining a top 16, but Unicorns 11, I mean, they're still at 157. Nexus Gaming's at 96, like 60 odd points. Like that is pretty realistic.
Yeah, given the track record of some of our teams from 16th through 19th, of course, and you got to also include Champions Club as well, who are technically in 20th, who haven't qualified for a Super Weekend, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to have a huge step up unless they've really gone away and worked at some things and are going to be bringing a different kind of style, not only to the league play, but also the Super Weekend if they qualify for it. So, yeah, there is some safety there, but not all are safe.
Yeah, especially when you got a team like Vodafone Giants, that if they make it in, we know the fragging potential of this team, right? If you want a team that has the potential to catch up and potentially get himself 150 points, between 150 and 200 points in one Super Weekend because they have their back against the wall, Vodafone Giants is definitely one of those few teams. We'll have to see, of course, how this league play of Week 3 actually works out for them. We'll have to see, of course, how things are going to pan out. But there's a team I want to see this week potentially, and that's for Romanian Boys. We saw them very heavily contest a lot of the top teams in Week 1, Week 2. Very invisible, not very present, so I'm hoping Romanian Boys can show a little bit what they're made of in this third and final week.
Yeah, for sure. It's the first week looked so good for them, didn't it? And now it's just kind of really fallen off a bit of a cliff, which is a shame, because again, you know, they're representing a very proud region when it comes to their ability here at PUBG Mobile. So hopefully we see them step up once again. Likewise, we're seeing other teams like also kind of find themselves in the middle of the pack, but always kind of present, always being there, which I think is awesome to see, especially considering in that first week we thought there was only 6 teams that were going to be able to put up a big fight, but now there's far more here because the entire lobby has stepped up, Jason.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, he's going to join us back. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm never really gone, you know? You might be told I'm gone, but I'm always here. But I think you guys made a good point about like seeing teams who we have seen in recent times, like literally like a week ago, have phenomenal performances, and this isn't the time to slow down, right? This is the time to continue to build on your momentum, to build on what you've been doing these last couple of weeks and start to push from there.
Yeah, I mean, for example, you got a team like Excuse Me, once again, that Kalash just talked about, right? This team, especially with Mango, always been the one finding the off angle, set up the team for success. We didn't talk too much about them in Super Weekend 2 because some big teams such as Big had a really good Super Weekend, LMV Gaming had a really strong Super Weekend. They actually got the third most points out of that second Super Weekend. So even the middling pack teams can very clearly contest at the top, and when the finals is just a few days long, it's not going to be a marathon anymore, it's just going to be a very big sprint. Those teams could be a very big contestant at the top to get themselves a position in the EMEA Championship. So it's not only 6 teams that could contest for those positions now, is like a big, like about half of the lobby could easily take those spots for themselves, I have the impression. Yeah.
No, I think the problem right now is that there's a lot of teams who have sweaty palms considering the positions they are in. Let's take a look at our bottom 8 teams, get a clear idea, a clear picture of how things are going so far. Remember, if you don't qualify into the Super Weekend, there's a good chance you might not make it into the finals, which means there's a good chance, well, a very good chance, actually 100% chance you won't make it into PMGC. But we can see here the points accumulated for these teams when it's come to our 2 Super Weekends.
Yeah, things aren't going to be easy. Of course, you got to keep in mind that Vodafone Giants only play themselves 1 Super Weekend, so they need to push themselves up a little bit more. By the way, that is not Conqueror on the 17th position. There is not going to be them, so they are indeed in 12th position with 108.
Spoilers, it might be. Who knows?
It might be at the end of the day, at the of the week. We'll have to see how it's going to work out. Yeah, it is Nexus Gaming that's in that position. But yeah, Vodafone Giants need to make it back in. SKP, seeing their results so far, I don't really have an insane amount of hope. Even if they do make it back in, they're going to need a really, their best Super Weekend so so far. They showed a few glimmers of hope at the end of the second Super Weekend, but I think that this is a team that needs a little bit more time to be able to fight on this stage. So maybe Season 3, Season 4, I think SKP team could be a very big contester, but right now they just need a little bit more time to be able to play at this level.
That bubble, the line that we see between Deus Sirens and what is Nexus is scary for Deus Sirens because they got themselves 97 points across 2 Super Weekends, whereas Nexus got themselves 96 points across 1 Super Weekend. There are challengers just below them that if they qualify and Deus doesn't, for example, have a little bit of a rise here, Deus could easily see themselves out of the top 16 despite potentially qualifying for all 3 Super Weekends, which would be a bit of a disaster, I think, for them.
Yeah, I mean, we did get to see some sort of glimpse of hope in them, right? They did take a chicken dinner on the final day of our second Super Week, and they started to look better. But I think you're very right. If they don't continue to improve even on what happened this last week, then they could be saying goodbye, especially, obviously, they don't qualify here for the next Super Weekend. But another team who cannot afford to not qualify, Vodafone Giants. After starting off the league stage so well, we had such high hopes for them. It was such a big turnaround from the last PMPL season to this one. But then they went on to not really put up much performance at all, much of a fight at all in the first Super Weekend. And then they failed to qualify in the second Super Weekend. We're not sure what's going on within this team, but one thing is for sure, they need to show up right here, right now.
Yeah, and it's actually really weird, right? Because when you look at this team, this is one of the teams like, for example, Gamelord or Eastern Stars that retain the same roster from Season 1 heading into the second season of PMPL. And we thought, okay, the synergy's there, the communication there, the trust is there. This is a team that can show up big time in this PMPL. And that's what we thought at the very start, but then they start kind of dwindle into nothingness and into irrelevancy at one point, which is really weird in that second week. So Vodafone Giants, the main issue that I've been able to see with them is early rotations. They lose a play or two very, very early, and of course, that hurts your chances big time when it comes to taking home those wins. I hope that when we look on these first few games today, I want to see them have way snappier early game rotations to try and potentially fix those issues in the long run.
Yeah, if Eastern Stars is a kind of a light roller coaster of up and downs, Vodafone Giants is the Big Dipper, all right? Like, they are all over the place in terms of consistency. We saw, as you said, Max, we saw that first week. We saw them having, their push forwards. We saw some great games from them. But then all of a sudden, they fell off. They fell off the map. It was brutal to watch here. And despite the fact that we know that this team can make it happen. So I think, the Big Dipper, it's on its way back up. We're going to have to see it here, Vodafone Giants. We've got to see it before that crescendo towards the end because we know this team can put up the numbers and they have to do it now in this league play.
Well, I am wondering if they can pull it back, but I guess the upside for us is we've had the chance to talk to the team. We've had the chance to interview Ulysses from the team. I believe it was you, Max, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that was me. There was some good insight, yeah.
Or it could be Maxman's evil twin, Man Max. I don't know. Let's take a look and check in with Ulysses and see what he had to say here while we're in the midst of this tournament. I'm here now with Ulysses from Giants, previously known as UDR Killers last season in PMPL Western Europe. And I have to ask you off the bat, man, what's your expectations here in Season 2?
Las expectativas son buenas, sabiendo que tenemos una gran diferencia de puntos con el número 1, pues vamos a ir a intentar hacer lo mejor posible y tratar de ganarlo.
What are your expectations for the EMEA Regional Championship Season 2 if you guys get there?
Las mismas expectativas de la PMPL, ganar. O sea, nuestra mente ahora mismo está solo intentar ganar y dar lo mejor para el equipo también.
Okay, yeah, well, I think we obviously want to see you guys win as well. But for the remaining part of the year now, because the first half of the year is done, we're into the second half of the year of 2021. What's your hopes and dreams for the last half of the year?
Pese a que nuestro objetivo desde un principio, cuando empezamos a jugar este nuevo año, fue intentar clasificar al Mundial, pues seguimos con la esperanza simplemente de ganar porque ya sabemos que tenemos una buena diferencia de puntos con el equipo que tiene PMPL 1, pues entonces ahora mismo mi sueño sería ganar esta PMPL, clasificar a la EMEA League y tratar de ganarla la EMEA League, que es muy fuerte.
Compared to last season for PMPL Western Europe, what are you guys doing differently?
Ahora lo que estamos tratando es de organizarnos más porque en la primera PMPL veníamos con un jugador nuevo y tratar de mejorar los ámbitos que fallamos en la PMPL 1.
Well, Ulysses, I appreciate you coming on to talk with us before the event begins, but I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to anyone out there.
Agradecer nuevamente al equipo por darnos esta oportunidad de representarlos, un equipo muy grande, y también agradecer a toda la gente que a pesar del cambio de UDR a Vodafone Giants nos siguen apoyando, y muy agradecido con ellos y con todo lo que siempre están día tras día tras de nosotros.
Gracias, Ulysses. We appreciate you coming on, and I can't wait to see what you guys do this PMPL season under the new name.
Muchas gracias a ustedes también.
Big shout out to my Spanish teacher in high school. I still remember gracias from when that happened many, many moons ago. But I do have to say this. We thought it was going to be Max's evil twin. Yes, it kind of was.
It was.
I didn't know which one we were going to, considering I did one. I think Max did one as well. You know what? Maybe Claris will have you do one, and then we'll just have no idea what's going on. But to move on from this, though, there's another team out there we have to really touch on. We hit on Conqueror not qualifying. We hit heavily on Vodafone Giants not qualifying. But what about the other team who failed to qualify after getting into the first Super Weekend? Destiny, a team I didn't really think I'd be saying, to be honest, guys.
Yeah, Destiny is kind of in a weird spot right now where it feels like the team is like a weird patchwork. It's just taking teams from different players from different teams, trying to put them together after the team split. And of course, we know that we had Beast and Mihi go over to Team Big, and that worked out for the best. Destiny are still falling a little bit further behind. You still got Agon, of course, just going to try and assist the team, serving as the IGL for the roster. But in general, it just seems like we do not have those big moments where, for example, when they were still as Destiny back in Season 1, you had that really strong synergy where they would go for some wide spreads, go for insanely good breaches. That is not there anymore. I think it's mainly down to communication and synergy. If they can try and work on that in this third and final week, that could be a good opportunity. But we know, individually speaking, these players are very gifted, but as a team, it hurts a little bit. So I hope they use this last Super Weekend to try and potentially improve on that attack.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, those glimmers of hope on battlegrounds like Miramar in rounds the way we've been playing that. And, you know, Mazzaro still doing Mazzaro things there sometimes, but other than that, not been impressed so far. They need to have a big step up here, and maybe that comes at a kind of a devil may care attitude. You know, you've already mentioned that these guys are well performing individually, and we know that they can do. Maybe, you know, you just frag out. Just go edge, try sweep, frag simple. Out. I think this kind of I think this team is kind of capable of doing something like that. But it's going to be difficult for them.
No, I thought it was, I mean, you're very right? Just frag out, just pick up some kills, just play better, I think is another way to say it.
There you go.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Destiny, back in Season 1, and we know the roster's changed around a little bit here and there, but Destiny was like the highest scoring league play team we had like every week, right? I think out of the two out of 3 weeks, they were just destroying everyone. And we went to Super Weekends, and they would fall off just a little bit, but still put up some decent numbers, but definitely not living up to the hype that the previous roster has been able to build for this team.
Yeah. Especially when you have Beg for Mercy, and I talked about this, I think, especially going into PMPL Season 1. Beg for Mercy, when it comes to an aggressive fragger, was one of my favorite players to watch in the EU region for some time. Of course, now that's changed a little bit, but Beg for Mercy just doesn't seem like the player he was 6 months ago, or even a little bit more than that. So I would like to see Beg for Mercy actually leaning more into the role of a fragger. It doesn't seem like that is his intricate role in Destiny anymore. If you let Beg for Mercy and you let him off the leash like we saw for Unicorns of Love and GK first, Beg for Mercy can get you so many extra points purely in terms of kills, and of course you get kills, you eliminate teams, and you get extra placement points off the back of that. But Beg for Mercy is the player that I'm looking at today, and I want to see hopefully some big improvements on his side.
There is an issue though as well, where almost all of these highlights we're taking a look at are Mazzaro or Beg for Mercy, and unfortunately for you, most times there are more players in your team than just two, so you need to have a full rounded roster here to be able to push on to that Super Weekend and then potentially push to the final.
God, you are just full of nuggets today, you know, just kill teams have more than two players. I'm sorry. I know I'm sounding like a giant jerk right now, but no, I'm trying not to be. Let's talk about the schedule though. What's coming up? We have 5 matches today, 5 matches tomorrow, and we'll be rotating maps and also be rotating groups in and out. We'll start things off with Erangel, head over to Miramar, and rinse and repeat until we are done. I originally thought we were doing Sandhawk Miramar today because that's the only combo we have not had in a week, but teams luckily don't have to deal with that. They get the upside of having Erangel.
Yeah, that's right, Jason. Of course, we've got 20 teams in this tournament, but only 16 will be playing each match, Jason.
That is, you know what?
True.
You are on point today. You
Thank
are
you.
on point indeed. But in the meantime, to remind you guys really quickly, we still have the Esports Awards happening at the moment, and you guys need to get your votes in, because if you don't, I'm going to keep saying this every day. So head over to esportsawards.com/vote and vote for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year as well. Now, before we fully hop into our commentators and get into this first round of the day, we need to take a look at our top performers, when it comes to the maps we're playing here in this week of league play. We'll throw it up on the screen so you guys get an idea of who is performing the best and who is performing the worst.
Yes, thank you, James. That is what we're
I'll
going to
give it to you, Max. You're the one that came up with the idea.
No, it's true. But here, of course, we're going to be having only Erangel and Miramar games today, so we're going to be mainly focusing on those so far. But you can see right off the bat, Eastern Stars shouldn't have any issue. This is their league play phase. To qualify in the Super Weekend should really not be any issue for them whatsoever. But the team that I'm looking at that's scaring me a little bit here is Nexus Gaming, being one of the worst performing teams on this map, and they need to qualify to assure a spot in the top 16. Nexus Gaming need to have top tier level gameplay on this map and try and potentially fight their demons if they want to make it. Otherwise, their dream might just be shattered prematurely.
Well, that's one thing. Sorry, one thing that I extrapolate from this is the fact that Excuse Me is performing poorly on Miramar, which means that their Erangels must be extremely satisfying because their points are decent, Excuse Me, across the board here so far. So I'm surprised to see them that low on Miramar.
Sanhok they frag out quite a bit too, so I think the Sanhok helps them out quite a decent bit. Yeah.
Well, see, this is what's interesting, right? Is that Nexus didn't qualify week 1 when it was Erangel Miramar being played, but they did qualify when it was Sanhok and Erangel being played, right? So that's kind of interesting to me, and that kind of maybe says maybe Nexus won't qualify for the 3rd Super Weekend. Like they basically have to, right? They have to 100%.
Yeah.
They're out in 17th place, so if they want to qualify, they better have fixed those problems they were having on Miramar. And look, for us, we're gonna find out very soon as we're gonna head into our first round of the day. I gotta say goodbye to you two and bring in our commentators to kick off the round, to kick off the day, and to kick off hopefully a big chance for Nexus to qualify. We got John Allen and Imperium join us here in this virtual world. Gentlemen, I hope you had a nice day off. Imperium, what did you do with your day off?
I chilled, took my girlfriend to the airport, and just had a good old day off.
Okay, subtle flex there about having a girlfriend. John, what did you do?
I raced really fast cars and went to the coolest places and hang out with the chillest dudes. It's no big deal to me.
Okay, so just an average day for you. Got it. All right, take us.
It's an average day, you know. All right, well, we're going to be taking one hell of a ride over into the plane over the Erangel for the first game of this. Are you right over there, Imperium? Are you gonna make it through this?
Just the way you said that, man, was just so cool. It was like, yep, casual flex. I like it, man.
Hey, if we're flexing, I've got to put in my 2 cents. But yeah, fantastic stuff. We're going to be getting into game number 1. Plane parts already up into the skies. How you feeling about this game? Obviously, we have had our day off. We're rested. We're relaxed. We're getting into the first one of the day.
I'm nervous for all of these teams, so I can only imagine how the teams are feeling. John, the desk have talked about how important it is for a number of these teams to qualify for the 3rd Super Weekend to really secure their spot in the finals. Yes, we'll always talk about the teams doing well at the top of the standings and the race for PMGC, but at the end of the day, this week is really the focus on the teams who've only gotten 1 Super Weekend underneath their belts. Hell, even Deus Sirens, who have 2 underneath their belt and need that 3rd Super Weekend to really set themselves into the top 16.
Very important. Of course, top 16 moving forward to the finals. That's where you want to be getting. I mean, if you want a chance to be qualifying for those EMEA regionals, then you definitely need to be there. First drops come through. Obviously, the plane path southwesterly. Pretty decent for those teams there, but there's 3 teams now. And obviously, with Destiny back in the mix, they're going to be one of them dropping onto that military island.
Pretty standard stuff across the board. This is week 3 by now, John, so a lot of these teams should be very familiar with where each other drops, whether it's league play or Super Weekend. We saw at the Super Weekend, some teams would adapt by changing their drop spot based on the teams that weren't competing in that Super Weekend, but it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new opportunity for these teams to set themselves up. In the Phase 1 circle, to an extent, complements the playing path. It's going to be a little bit tougher for LMV Champions Club to really kind of make a clean entry point into the circle, because if they go direct west, you got Nexus, Vodafone Giants, maybe a little bit of Conqueror in the mix, and they can't really go to the military island because there's already teams there. So for me, I expect both of those teams just to wait a little bit longer to rotate.
A little bit of a scuffle between Exquisite Décode UK and Big, both dropping out to a similar location. Big probably looking to rotate up to Zaverny. I imagine this is a bit of a scrap over a couple of vehicle positions, and they've found themselves locked in. Luckily, guns seem to be plentiful for both of these teams. At the moment, it's actually it's Big who have lost a player. Times to go down. Oh dear. Mihi as well. Going to go low. Will looking to flush this one out. Not a good start for Big.
I actually 1v1 Mihi before the start of this game one to give him a little bit of practice, and I one-shotted him with the arm at close range, and maybe that's what took his confidence away. So maybe he can blame me for him going down, but it's a double kill for Exquisite Décode against Big.
Are you going to stop flexing at any point during this game? I just 1v1 the biggest players and like one-shot them, so like it's no big deal. Like it's you know.
Oh, he did kill me like 15 times, but I have to isolate that arm one shot, like, you know, no scope, you know, arm. I gotta flex that, man. Gotta flex it.
Apparently, I mean, that seems to be. I mean, sure, why not? Let's go for it. Let's flex the whole game. But we're going to be hopping down over to Milta here with Team Doom. They're currently playing on the southeastern edge here. Eastern Stars further out to the east than they are at this point. The circle very easterly, and it's going to be fine for a lot of these teams around this sort of Milta area to the north up towards Shelter in terms of their rotations, but they are going to be challenged by those three teams from that military island, and of course those teams on the southwest coast.
Very true. I'm still trying to think if that was a targeted drop by Exquisite Décode onto Big on purpose, or whether it was one of those things where Exquisite Décode initially felt safer dropping on that western side to avoid possibly Eastern Stars, ChasMac and Doom. I must try and find out. It's not of course it's nothing but a good thing in my eyes if it's targeted by Exquisite Décode, because you got to be able to send a message, and Exquisite Décode are a fantastic team, but I think taking down a giant team such as Big, who ended the last Super Weekend with 3 chicken dinners on the final day, would certainly put some eyes on their ability to push teams away and to be aggressive in these games. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, John.
Maybe. It's obviously it's impossible to say without asking the team afterwards. But I feel like it could have been maybe a drop towards vehicle spawns. Obviously, both of the teams looking at that plane path need to figure out a way to get to Zaverny, and well, Lipovka is the normal drop spot for Exquisite Décode UK. And with the plane path maybe not as accessible, I think that you're probably right about not wanting to drop out early and challenge around near the sort of the ChasMac spread over the prison mansion sort of fields a little bit further south than that. So maybe it's difficult to say, but I like it nonetheless, and obviously they like it. They've got 3 points.
Exactly. You take it when you can, and great reaction by Exquisite Décode, and it really says something about kind of dropping. If you are going to make an alternative drop spot like that where vehicles are not, you do it as a full team, right? You do it together, so you're able to react to anything unexpected together and most likely come out on top of that situation together, and that's exactly what has happened with Exquisite Décode. They are making their way over to Lipovka to continue their normal looting phase 2 Mansion 2 in Lipovka for the time being. Vodafone Giants going for an early rotation, John, onto Potato Hill. I really like that. Something that I think Vodafone Giants have lacked in their games is their ability to rotate early in these first couple of circles, especially from such a solid drop spot as Pachinki, right? It's a reason why it's a hotly contested area of the map, because it's pretty much in the center of it. You're able to access nearly all circles that come to light, but when you don't do it correctly, you can get punished massively. So Vodafone Giants rotating early is a big thing for me.
Nexus Gaming, they're pretty safe and central. I don't think there's going to be too much drama here early in these games. Actually, I take that back. The military island is starting to look a little bit chocker, and it's going to be very difficult for these three teams to move through. You've got Destiny, Xtreme Slayers, and Deus Sirens all chunking up around the bridge there, and it could come to loggerheads.
Seems to be that's the case, John. The two teams are clashing. Initial knock onto Destiny have been returned with Pappy getting knocked down, but Bardo is there to respond, and that's going to be a double kill minimum onto the Destiny players, if anything. Yeah, it's a triple kill because Mazzaro's knocked down. He's been finished off by Halls, and Beg is left to his own devices.
Good for goodness. Okay, Beg for Mercy now lost standing for Destiny, as you say. Deus Sirens, they're waiting patiently for this fight to conclude and for someone to peek up over the hill. And if Beg for Mercy goes the wrong way, he might be in the barrels of Deus Sirens, but the spray from Muzi trying to stop him from going too much further. Actually heading away from the bridge, maybe looking to skirt all the way around, go for that western bridge, just get out of the way. You can see how desperate he is to get out of there. Goodness me. It looks like Xtreme Slayers want to chase this.
Why not? They take, you know, squad wipe is squad wipe, an extra kill is an extra kill. You take what you can get. Now, would they be wasting time if they opted to maybe chase it? Yeah, but in my eyes, they're kind of better off waiting until phase 2 to rotate in the circle. As it is, they probably predict Deus Sirens to be hanging them by the eastern bridge. They've already made noise, so there's no rush for them to make that move across the bridge. 3 kills is under their pocket. If they could find a 4th, which as it happens, they haven't chased it much further, they could have gotten it, but they'll take now what they've grabbed and wait for the next circle to pop up.
They didn't believe that Beg for Mercy could have gone further than that headland, so they were scanning it, they were scouring it, and in the meantime, look at what Deus Sirens have done. They've actually pushed up and tried to take more space away from the Xtreme Slayers. Next circle about to pop. It's over towards centering on Prison. Exquisite Décode UK probably looking pretty happy here. I imagine Game Lord might try and take Mansion area from them, but that's the only team that really might want to do that, and there's other opportunities for position there. It's the western edge that can start to be a little bit trickier now, but everybody in that military island also going to have to move.
It feels a little bit of a different game positionally compared to similar circles we've seen across the PMPL so far. In a similar kind of circle, we've seen 4 to 5 to 6 teams center up around the Lumberyard area, John, whereas now there's nobody, just ChasMac on the western edge. Eastern Stars will most likely go towards that eastern edge of Lumberyard, but this is definitely a different kind of game. Maybe people were afraid of that threat when it came to circle shifting towards the military island.
Not entirely sure what Divala's planning on doing there, still over in Novo, as the Deus Sirens are locked in a fight with the Xtreme Slayers. The remaining players from Deus Sirens looking to just get out of there. I feel like they called the retreat a little bit earlier, but were cut down in the buggies, so only 2 players escaped from that fray. Deus Sirens down to 3. Xtreme Slayers, they've cleared out the military island, really, from too many threats.
I don't know whether Diablo's having a bit of a connection issue. I don't know, but I would argue if you're down to 3, you shouldn't be pushing in that direction. We do see Conqueror now going up against Champions Club. I was talking to Vito over the weekend or yesterday, and he knows that the team are feeling amazingly confident. I said, look, you know, you are a PMGC level team. You just need to get it together, get some solid results in, and you will qualify into the Super Weekend. You have what it takes, big time. And I know that, they know that. Sometimes confidence can get to them, but now as they turn things up against Champions Club, they look to really end this fight.
Champions Club, and such an unfortunate team as well. It feels like the caliber of the players that they've been able to field here is solid. I mean, we've seen these names before in European PUBG Mobile, time and time again. It's just so unfortunate that they aren't going to be able to put their best foot forward here. They're really at risk as well. Not qualifying for this next Super Weekend will guarantee them not to be in the next stages, but I feel like they can be proud of what they've been able to do. I mean, of course, they're playing with 3, and that's far from ideal.
Oh my God, MZ, could you be any lower? From dying from that nade, 2 hit his face, and as it happens, they just didn't connect in the exact right way, and he's able to hold things down. The shelter area is a haven for teams in the early stages of a game, especially when they've generally been slow to rotate, as you've seen across the first couple of circles. ChasMac and Vodafone Giants in the mix. John, I like ChasMac's positioning, but I also appreciate that Vodafone Giants have more players together. So when it comes to getting out of the tunnels, they, at the moment, have a bit more manpower to bruise up against ChasMac.
Could be good. And I mean, as you say, like the shelters, they're a haven in the early game. But as time goes on, they become more and more of a cage because you're locked in. It's very, very slim chance of really being able to get out if there's anyone at the entrance. It can be pretty tricky. But the circle shift keeps Shelter in it, so they won't have to get out just yet. However, there are going to be a lot of teams crashing towards the position that ChasMac Gaming are holding. The question is, do those teams that come in know that Vodafone Giants are down there?
They probably don't. And honestly, this circle shift is bad for the teams in Shelter because you mentioned about them being stuck in a cage. They're even more isolated. If the circle had shifted away, there's a higher chance that come the end of this phase 3 circle, they could have moved out of Shelter into the light of the circle and then moved in from there. But with so many teams rotating around them, they're most likely going to feel more isolated, stay there and just hope that phase 4 continues in their direction. But we are seeing a couple of well-rounded rotations from a few of these teams. Game Lord reacting pretty well. They're going to hold onto that compound just outside of Yasnaya Field. Sticking to the northeastern side of the circle. Conqueror, who took down 2 of the Champions Cup players, are going to be down on the southwest side. LMV rotating around them.
You see, ChasMac Gaming, they didn't want to hold around that shelter anymore. They knew teams would be coming from that southeast position. They move up. Great stuff. Xtreme Slayers, they're now striking out. Deus Sirens with their remaining duo, Diavla down out in Novo, I believe that you might have been right in your suspicions, but we'll have to wait to get that confirmed. Just going to swing out past Melter Power. No team's really going to be looking to crash onto other positions, it looks like. I mean, closest is Vodafone Giants and Xtreme Slayers, but we know Vodafone Giants down in that bunker. Exquisite Décode UK and Eastern Stars might clash, and LMV and SKP as well. We'll have to wait and see.
Nexus repositioning to that valley position is both a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing is that obviously it's on that low ground. They have a couple of dips they're able to move around, get some information on. The bad thing is that it is still technically in the open, and also you get a team crashing around you and they throw 4, 5, 6 nades. A mini red zone ensues. Nexus could find themselves under a lot of trouble very quickly. The most important thing is that Nexus are proactive in this central dip. They really look to make a lot of noise. The risk of having a player knocked is there, but I think it's worthwhile if they do make that relevant amount of noise and push some teams back.
Excuse me, I found a knock over onto Alicio. We know what a menace this man is in these lobbies. I mean, the guy has been consistently high on those MVP rankings and doing so much work for Exquisite Décode UK. One of the reasons why they have been so successful so far in the tournament. I mean, not to take away from the rest of the team, they've also been performing very well. But it's a standout performance from Alicio. Getting knocked early, not ideal from them.
Not ideal at all. Deus Sirens now going to crash in on Eastern Stars, and most likely Sakura, the last player up for that side, will probably go down. The next circle, though, goes towards the northwest, and the Alamo position from Game Lord is absolutely perfect inside the circle. They couldn't ask for a better shift, John. They're the only team with any real stranglehold from the teams around them. Yes, SKP are in the buildings down on towards the southwest side, but they have a road in front of them, so that's most likely not going to value them in the next couple of circles. And other than that, it's generally open terrain in this phase 4.
Eastern Stars trying to guard out the duo from Deus Sirens at the moment. 3 from Eastern Stars here. And they are playing really close to the edge. I mean, the circle will shrink pretty soon, and you can see, I don't think the Eastern Stars want to stay here too long. On the back of that, where Kappa Harlem might have spotted something. Sakura tries to skate along the hillsides. Will be pressured in by the blue as well, and it's down into zone 4, which means that will start to tick on a low HP drive. That's not going to be easy for Deus Sirens, who are now down to just 1 after Eastern Stars took one of them out.
One thing I've loved about Eastern Stars is they don't disengage away from a team fight too quickly. I feel like at times some teams do, even though I'm proactive about teams recognizing when they should leave a fight before, you know, it's too late. Eastern Stars don't do that because on this kind of shift, they knew that they were going to most likely come across teams on their entry point in the circle. So if they go too early, there's most likely a chance that 2 or 3 teams will be around them, whereas if they leave it a bit later, they're able to allow the teams to start fights on each other, and then they can pick up the pieces. How well it works out for them in this kind of circle is another thing that they'll have to answer themselves. Xtreme Slayers, though, in the Exquisite Décode, they're fighting for the edge of the circle.
Trying to push in on this eastern side. Team Doom rolling straight on up Exquisite Décode UK, really suffering. Only one of them left. And that's not going to last too much longer, but it is Alicio. Not too much doing there. Team Doom just wipe them down. Nothing really.
Wow, okay. Now you see me, now you don't. The Magic Men Team Doom, who have definitely started to impress us more and more across this PMPL. I would say arguably the most improved team in this PMPL consistently, right? The evolution of how they found confidence, they found performance. They have a couple of standout players in their team. They're looking good in this league play week 3. First game, getting a squad up onto Exquisite Décode, controlling the edge of the circle is what I like to see while Eastern Stars continue to shift and rotate. They find the edge of hillside overlooking Game Lord. Can they do something with it?
I might disagree with you as most improved team. I feel like LMV might be up there over the course of this tournament, but we'll have that discussion. Well, we'll leave that discussion for the desk, as ChasMac Gaming really suffering to the nades here. Nexus over the top, and wow, look at these guys. I mean, it's teams just continually quick wiping teams in pretty solid positions, it seems, in these scenarios. However, there is an off angle from Shadowwen for ChasMac Gaming. There has been a knock over to the Nexus players, but even then, ChasMac are definitely down to 1, and Nexus should be able to keep all 4 alive here.
And this is what Nexus needed to do with this dip, right? I told you the risks were there, John. They knew that, so they played accordingly. Another team that has really improved. There is still that potential of a third party. They need to move out of this dip sooner rather than later, because the next circle has shifted up the northeast away from them. But there's no doubt Shadowwen will not be giving them any trouble because he's stuck in that shack on his own, the last player up for ChasMac.
Nexus Gaming holding down their little spot there. Game Lord very happy. Very, very happy right now. But it's I'm going to be keeping an eye on LMV here, because I feel like their rotations in this direction have been pretty solid, pretty consistently as well. They're untouched right now, haven't really been engaged in too much. They've got 1 kill, but at this point, I know that they've been fairly quiet. They haven't really made a major play for this circle. I imagine it's just in the wings. Nexus Gaming still holding out in their position as SKP roll on through. The Xtreme Slayers finally eliminated.
LMV, they know that the circles have really kind of consistently shifted away from them, and that puts your team under a bit of stress. Sometimes when you're stressed, you make a bit of a wild, blind, desperate call, whereas LMV, they're cool, composed, they're calm, and like you said, you've made a kind of little bit of a disagreement, and I would have to hold my hands up and say, yeah, you're probably right. LMV are probably the most improved team, and they're showing it right now. It's still going to be easier said than done for them entering this circle, while Nexus, who took down the last player of ChasMac, found an entry into the circle and now going to have to gatekeep, or actually, sorry, push on to SKP.
Tricky maneuvers in their future. Sakura goes down, the Deus Sirens eliminated. Vodafone Giants, the duo, able to hold that one down. But Team Doom going to be holding a little bit further down towards the roadside. They're currently split 2 and 2 and actually pretty far away from one another. Need to cross the road for Team Doom and make sure that they're in a better spot. But with Vodafone Giants breathing down their neck, it's not going to be the simplest of maneuvers. Focus looks to spray out towards the team as they break out wide, maybe picking up the vehicle and crash ahead of Team Doom.
Team Doom are in such a pickle, but LMV, they're going to push onto Nexus, and there's a bit of a third party from Vodafone Giants. They made a call, it didn't work out. Nexus are able to survive 3 in a shack. 1 reviving up the duo. They're on 6 kills, but the members of Vodafone Giants, they have their number once they can get rid of Team Doom.
Oh dear, the nade from over the way is going to find the knock there. Pocus just sails over, tries to get ahead here, tries to get into the middle, needs to take a hard left though as the circle does shift there, down to the southwest. SKP in the circle, and there's Vodafone Giants going night-night. They are going to take a kip. Vodafone Giants, they've done all right though. They haven't, well, they've got 2 points. They haven't done that all right. I'll take that back.
They've done all right. Like, they got a couple of kills. They were in that compound across the road, which I said probably wasn't going to fare them off too well. The circles have consistently shifted up towards the northeast outside of this phase 6 southwest shift, and I think it was 1 or 2 circles ago that they made the push, the team-wide push onto this dip, and credit where it's due, they're still up as a full squad. Yes, the likes of Team Doom have been put under a lot more pressure from the likes of Vodafone Giants and Nexus, but SKP have definitely done wonders with this position.
Well, look at this, Team Doom as well, trying to make their way in. They did just lose a player as Nexus getting the spray downs. Team Doom look to roll down the side, but right into SKP team's house. But a quick knock there comes through from the rundown, straight on in, and action's on the off angle, doing a lot of work for Team Doom, and over the top it's Unreal as well. They're going 1-for-1 right now on these trades, but they're losing the players to flushes as well. Team Doom really suffering here. Unreal, last player standing for the squad, needs to nade in, needs to get something big against the 2 here for SKP, but the nades downhill might be good. Looks for damage, but can't quite find it onto the remaining player standing. Amodi makes sure that there's only 1 Team Doom player to deal with, and an aid up the top might be good. Don't know if it's cooked quite right there, and it's in front of the rock. Should be all right. The Molotov looks well placed, but Nexus Gaming have eyes on the situation.
I don't know why Doom sent it in 1 by 1 by 1. 1 on their own to begin with, yeah, but the other 2 should have been swiftly together. I know that's easier said than done because you were making a push into the circle, but Nexus, they're going to be punished left, right, and center. If it's not Conqueror, if it's not SKP, it would be even the last player, Team Doom. Just 1 player up for Nexus.
And this is where Game Law's position really comes back to pay dividends here. They've managed to keep fairly safe. All 3, well, I say all 3, they have 3 players alive with a Navarro going down. One of the heavy hitters on the team, it has to be said, but they should be pretty healthy. They should be pretty happy. Team Doom, 11 kills, 1 player remains.
A hell of a performance from Team Doom in this game 1. We saw Conqueror take down the last players from Nexus. They're on 5 kills already. He picks up another. You say 11, you should have said 12. God damn it, John, doing wonderful stuff on the edge of the circle.
Absolutely. I definitely should have been able to see the future there. I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I am to blame for that call. 18 points, though, on the game for Team Doom in 5th place. I mean, that's pretty poggers.
God, poggers indeed. Poggers indeed. The circle shifts towards SKP. We're down to our final 4 teams. Eastern Stars been able to stay alive, but it's just Warlord himself, last player up, and I speak too soon. I should have predicted the future. Game Lord get a juicy nade.
Able to take another team out as well. Ladder up on the points. They start to get all the more important. Big point gaps now starting to appear. 3 teams remain. Pretty even spread on the kills, but right now 3 players alive on SKP gives them the numbers advantage, and they have position in the circle. They have a foothold. The question is, can they hold on to it against the likes of Conqueror, against Game Lord as well? 2 pretty solid teams.
But because they're the only team in this circle, they're more focused by both Conqueror and Game Lord than Game Lord and Conqueror are focused on each other.
Of course, SKP team as well. One of the teams that really needs to get into this next Super Weekend, so a win to start things off will be phenomenal for them. But Amodi goes down early. Vito gets the spray down and looks for more as well. Robs looks to echo onto one more of the players, and SKP team, they are getting shredded down in this valley, but the bullets start to fly across their heads. Now Alendo just trying to stay alive here, but spotted out, will go down. 3rd place. More than likely on the cards there, yeah, they are going to fall out. 15 points, though, a good way to start, and that should be all right to keep up their averages. Conqueror now, 2v2 against Game Lord.
Yeah, I said that SKP were going to be punished because they were at the focus, the center of attention, but now Conqueror lost their confidence in the previous week because they failed to qualify for the Super Weekend, but you can see right now they're finding it again. Vito, one of the most dangerous players in Europe. The opening knock on the Victor, it's there.
Robs looking to try and hold down the ridgeline. They had control of the circle, but Conqueror moving forwards. They're inching, and with it, they're gaining miles. Game Lord now up against the back of the blue. No res really available. You don't really have the time here. It would be risky to go for it. Vito looks to separate it as well, trying to stop that progression. The nade out wide, and that's good, but not going to get the knock there. K-Link takes a lot of damage from that nade. The spray down the line up there. Teammate trying to hold it down, but an excellent cross on the field. And Conqueror reigns supreme. The first chicken dinner of the day of this week's league play. It's going to go over to Conqueror.
That last push by Conqueror, one of the most confident, strongest duo pushes I've seen in PMPL so far. It's exactly what you need to do. Yes, it could have gone against him, John, of course. A juicy pre-fire here, a juicy pre-fire there from Game Lord. Absolutely, without a shadow of doubt, Conqueror could have been taken out. But they knew that the only way, the absolutely only way in Blue Hell they were going to come out of that on top is they runned and gunned. Together, they stood united. They came out on top by just moving as a duo, synergized, consistent, constant firing, and that opening knock on the Victor, it was just absolutely perfect. It was perfectly executed, John.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like they played that very well. Game Lord, I mean, it felt like they had control over a lot of that circle. They had a ridgeline to play from. They were in the circle, and it was Conqueror who had to move forwards, and it felt like Game Lord would have had a better position. But you're right. I mean, they played it very well for Conqueror. They were able to take ground, and I like the phrase "runned and gunned." I mean, it's better than "ran and gan," I think, in that scenario. So I'll take it. I'll take it. Runned and gunned. We'll go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's appreciated. But yeah, it was also the kind of thing that the part of the circle that Conqueror ended up being in, that southwest side, it was the less congested. It was the less focused. It was the less thought of area. So that means when they came into those kind of later circles, LMV had decided to push on towards Nexus, who were more towards that kind of southeast/eastern side of the later circles. But Conqueror, they stayed heavy on that southwest side, and they benefited from it massively. The one thing I would say about SKP is maybe they didn't set up as confident of a wall as they could have in that dip. You know, like Deus Sirens had that McLaren or Tesla wall in the game that they won. It looked like SKP, unless nades moved the vehicles in some way, shape or form, it didn't look like they had that solidified area of defense that was just, we sent it into a dip, we leave our vehicles where we stopped them, and we'll hope for the best inside this dip. In short term, that worked out for them because they were able to pick apart the likes of Team Doom and help take out Nexus. But when it came down to them being in the middle or the only team in the circle, they had a team either side, it really meant they suffered a lot.
I mean, it is such a that specific circle, that specific position. I feel like it's very tricky to play in those scenarios. And maybe you have an idea of pushing one of the teams instead of just waiting for the two teams to fight it out and shoot down into that valley position. But even then, it feels like you're going to be losing because you push one of the teams, the other team's firing at your back. It's just a disaster. And they weren't even full four at that stage. They had 3 players alive, so it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to play. And they come out of it with 15 points, right? That is a really good start because remember, the main thing on SKP team's mind right now is getting to the next Super Weekend, because at the moment, they're bottom of the tables, right? In the Super Weekend standings, they need these points more than anybody else in this lobby. If they don't get in, they are guaranteed to not be progressing to the EMEA finals.
You are dead right. There is nothing they could really do overall. Then they made the best of a tough situation all throughout that kind of latter half of the game. Just a different perspective to see if they can maybe learn from it in the future and better build up that better kind of defense. Eastern Stars, though, they were once again benefactors of some solid rotation into these kind of phase 4, phase 5 circle shifts. Remember when they picked apart a couple of players at Deus, and then instead of maybe sending into a circle straight away, they did a little bit of solid variable rotating where they kind of came around the eastern side, didn't feel comfortable, so they moved around the northeast, and then they eventually ended up on towards that northern side. And again, I think it was 4th place or 5th they got with a couple of kills. Good intelligent decision making.
It seemed to be a couple of those during that game, but we're going to be heading to a break. We'll come back with the analyst desk, and we're going to be talking Miramar.
What a way to bounce back to start things off here in the first round of our third and final week of league play. Well done to them, honestly, to see Conqueror step up so highly. But as we move forward into this one, let's just throw the map rankings up, because there's a lot to actually break down from this game in terms of like how things work out overall. Obviously, Conqueror didn't qualify when it came to the last week of Super Weekend, but it's great to see them, show the improvement, to bounce back from not qualifying, taking that time off to prepare and, to work on any individual and teamwork, and then just come back and just win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have a circle that ends around Alamo, right? You got different playstyles. One of those going to be playing Alamo itself. That was Game Lord, of course. Off the back of that, they gave himself 21 points and a 2nd place. So really happy about that one. But you had to have a very good understanding about the map terrain and the circle terrain in that kind of position. And the dips were very valuable. A few hilltops the team do play were very valuable. But play to counteract that is, of course, playing edge, which is what Conqueror did. They were playing from the southern side, and they were clearing team after team after team every single time. Of course, not getting every single kill secured, as they only have 8, but still they were making sure that the south was theirs. And then when they have that overlook position above SKP, they cleared out the team, then put the focus onto Game Lord, and they closed it off that way. So yeah, Conqueror knew that they were one of the late teams to rotate in, so they just made, okay, we're playing edge, and we're going to get the win that way. It was well played and well executed.
Yeah, I mean, like you just said, like they didn't get all the kills in the world. They only had 8, but 23 is like easily halfway of what you need to be to qualify for the Super Weekend.
Exactly.
So getting that out of the way off the bat, I mean, that's insane. That's huge.
Yeah, you're not going to get too many kills in a circle like this as well. When you're thinking about this terrain and how it works out, this is actually one of the most important places that kind of got updated when we changed from old Erangel to new Erangel. Of course, that's a long time ago, but this is one of the most important locations in terms of those changes that came along north of Alamo. And the way in which this area functions is that because it is so flat, because everybody's kind of coming in and there's not really that much cover, there's not really many rocks, there's not really many trees, kills are going to be kind of spread. So if you can get a win out of this area, fantastic. It doesn't matter if you're getting a boatload of kills off the back of it, because it is one of the harder places to actually get a win from.
What about Team Doom, though? Taking a look at total damage, we talked about 0 a ton when it comes to this team. They are starting to really warm up into this.
Yeah, I took a lot of notes on Team Doom this game, what they were doing. I love how proactive they were, because what they did is east of Alamo, you got their little hilltop position, right? There's a really good overlook as to what's happening in that late game circle. They had a 2-2 split, 2 players towards those hilltops next to Alamo, and 2 players on the other side of the road to serve as like a gatekeeping position to scout out teams and potentially pick a few kills. That 2-2 split, despite being potentially a little bit overzealous if you're not really strong when it comes to synergy and communication, Team Doom absolutely obliterated the lobby in that position. They got rid of Vodafone Giants, they got rid of Game Lord at one point, to a few of the players at least. So yeah, Team Doom being really proactive, and once again, 0 getting, I think, some pretty high stats again. So it's always good to see Team Doom not having just a one strong week. It's actually some consistency from this team that we're seeing.
That's the thing. It's not quite LMV's rise to the occasion, but Team Doom really is on the path right now. They're looking very, very good, considering that I had almost written them off in that first week. I really wasn't that impressed with how they were playing things out, but week 2, now into week 3, I'm very impressed with what they're able to put up, Jason.
Yeah, very impressed indeed, and also to see someone else really put up the numbers besides Zero. We have Unreal, actually, the top damage dealer of the last round, also gets 4 kills for himself. But then, of course, we're going to see Robs and Vito as well here mixed in.
Yeah, Robs, we're not going to be seeing Narvalo or the other side. No, normally it's been Narvalo, Spicy, and Victor. Spicy got himself into the top 10, so yeah, it's good to see another name actually being up here for Robs from time to time, and you got Vito who had a few really fun nades in that kind of finish for Conqueror. Able to that push versus Game Lord at the end was not the easiest, but there was a little bit of circle coming their way, so it worked out fine. So yeah, able to see 3 different players from 3 different teams is always good to see.
3 different players from 3 different teams. That is the ideal when I look at our top players, showing every team is really trying to pull out all the stops here in this final week of league play. Let's transition though. Let's go back to Conqueror. Let's dive a little bit more into them. But they didn't qualify in the second super weekend, so let's actually compare their stats and show you the drop-off that they did have between league play week 1 and league play week 2. This team, I mean, they were pretty much top of the table. They were looking phenomenal. But the weird and odd thing is here, their stats really didn't change too much between the 2 weeks of league play. The survival time, though, I think is probably one of the biggest hits.
Yeah, it was a pretty close one, but the survival time, especially if you're looking at that one, that's just about a minute, a little bit more than a minute actually difference between those. So especially yes.
I'm sorry to just jump in, just to give context, right? They qualified in 15th place with 43 points in week 1, and in week 2, they failed to qualify with 45. So they actually did perform better technically in week 2. But they didn't qualify.
Yeah, that actually helps out a lot because when you think about it, when it's that close, that dip in survival time actually is just the little amount of point deficiency that pushes you over the edge and back under the top 16. So yeah, I mean, Conqueror definitely looking strong once again. This is a team that can get wins and close off games, but they need to make sure that, especially going on to Miramar, they don't have bad results because it's Miramar week, that they can't have a bad day.
I mean, the thing is that from week to week, we have seen the entire lobby step things up, right? If you think about week 1, it was a bit more top heavy. You've got teams like, you know, I think it was
Romanian Boys
top in week 1.
116, Game Lord 100.
Exactly. Then you compare that to week 2, 98 points up at the top with Eastern Stars, but the bottom of the lobby that then qualified on had also got a little bit better, I think is fair to say. So Conqueror fell victim to that. They won't be falling victim to that this week, though, by the looks of things. Somebody's kicked the Hornets nest here, and they're coming out to play.
Yeah, it's just so weird to see them like actually have an increase from 43 to 46 points when it came to league play. But then if you look at the Super Weekend, they had 181. Like, they were the second highest earning team in the Super Weekend, and yet they qualified at the bottom of the barrel when it came to league play. So not sure what it is about league play when it comes to them, but either way, hopefully they're able to step up and continue the trend. I mean, they're already halfway there to where they were last week with only 1 round played. We'll see if they can continue on, as we're going to continue on actually, and talk about Game Lord. Again, another team who had a massive drop up when it came from week 1 to week 2, but this was in the Super Weekends alone. So actually dive into their stats here and obviously bringing them up since they got a 2nd place finish here. We can see they've also had a big fall off between the 2 Super Weekends.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as drastic of a fall-off, for example, Conqueror. At least they make it into the Super Weekend, Jason. But when you look at the kills, that is the very big outlier. The survival time, of course, increasing, which is always good to see. But the main reason why Game Lord did so, and I mean so well in Week 1 Super Weekend, was the amount of kills we got from Narvalo OP and also from Victor. Spice also did relatively well in the 2nd Super Weekend, but the Week 1 was all about kills for them. So it fell off a little bit. I think it's mainly down to, as you said also, right, the lobby getting so much better over time. But Game Lord still looking really strong with the likes of Eastern Stars, but the competition's getting even tighter towards the top, so got to be careful in the next games to come.
The thing for them is in week 2, they got 114 points in that Super Weekend, which was kind of middle of the pack. Like, if they were able to blast out in that 2nd week, you know, maybe they could have challenged for that PMGC spot. It's going to be difficult now, though. They would have to do something miraculous to be able to go all the way up to the top there. So that's going to be a long way away for them. So now the focus shifts, right? The focus is going to be, let's get on into that final here, Max. Let's try and figure out how we're going to do something there. But to be fair, Game Lord still looks phenomenal despite being middle of the pack in Super Weekend too. What do you think, Max?
Yeah, I agree completely. Wait, things aren't...
Oh, Max, tell me, what do you think about Game Lord?
My voice is not working. Okay, we're good. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, Game Lord, I mean, definitely when you look at onto this too, right, they got himself the best average on Miramar, so he could potentially get himself a really strong league play here.
All right, well, thank you very much, Max. We're going to have Its team now to bring us the next game. We're going to disappear and we're going to be replaced. We'll see you in a few.
Ooh, a quick joop and a double swap there. Hi, Blank. How you doing? Good to have you on board.
Hello. Yeah, it's great to be on board. You know, I love to be here all the time. Unfortunately, can't be here all the time, only some of the time, but obviously it's beautiful to be here with you, John. You know, we're getting right into league play number 3. Now, this is where things get a little bit scary because this is our last league play now, guys. So it's very, very important that these teams qualify where they need to. You know, we're looking down towards the bottom of the pack here. SKP, to be honest with you, even if they do qualify into this one, realistically, all they're doing is taking away a spot from other teams. But, you know, John, we discussed it before. We're looking towards Destiny, Deus, Nexus, and Vodafone Giants. You know, SKP, I know it's sad, but to be fair, like, they've put up a decent performance. And, you know, this is the kind of team that you expect to see in future. Those players may be sent off to different rosters or remain together. Pull a Unicorn to Love or a UDR Killers right now, who are now Vodafone Giants. You know, they've stuck through it thick and thin. They started not so great, and now they're actually coming into their own as a very, very good team. But we do want to see them qualify. We know that they have it in them, John. But first, we have to head over to Miramar, see how this one goes down.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got, if SKP team do make it and Deus Sirens, Nexus Gaming, and Vodafone Giants don't, there is a possibility that they qualify. But that is a very specific occurrence. That is, quite frankly, it's very unlikely to happen, right? Unless that specific group of teams happens to finish this week's gameplay in that specific configuration, I'm not super confident that they're going to be able to go through there. So yeah, I feel like you might be right. It is sort of it might be like a consolation prize to make it to the final Super Weekend, and potential to earn a couple of $1,000s on the chicken dinner.
Exactly.
Looking for them.
That's always a good thing, right? I do think, though, when we start talking about configurations and statistics, you know it's a low chance at that point. As soon as John brings up the phrase configuration, you've got to watch out. That is a scary phrase to come out of John's mouth, so you've got to
wait until I start saying permutation, and then, you know.
Exactly. Oh, I'm sweating already. You got to be careful with that one, guys. Don't even worry about it for the time being, though, because he's not quite brought it out. He did scare us slightly as he mentioned it, but I'm sure that will remain back in the drum box for the time being. But we are seeing our drops. Obviously, we get this Eastern playing path quite frequently. Eastern Stars. Theory! Oh, spooky! I mean, it's apt that we're in Halloween right now because, you know, that's something for Halloween Day. But this does all the way roll through to the 31st, so perhaps you can bring out permutations then, John. But not until then, okay? Not until then. But we do have this Eastern playing path. Eastern Stars obviously able to get out nice and early. LMV heading up to Campo Militar. We've mentioned this is not the most amazing drop spot in the world because it does limit you in terms of like rotations. Imagine if we had like a Chumacera circle, like LMV would have a long haul ahead of them. What we have found though from LMV is that they're very good at traversing long spaces of terrain. I haven't identified exactly what it is about them, but they're avoiding teams. They take fights when absolutely necessary. So honestly, for LMV, it feels like they've found like what works for them. And if you can find a personality and it's efficient, that's the key word here, and it's efficient, then you don't really have to change it.
I mean, I said for LMV in the northeastern side, I said last game that I feel like they might be one of the most improved teams. I think that they definitely had their step up, their big step up. In that, but just sort of during the break, during the downtime, I mean, especially Imperium bringing up Team Doom as well, and I feel like, you know, maybe there's that little sort of they've hit that peak and now they're going to try and find their plateau coming down from that peak as LMV, as the roster, as their personality develops.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for LMV, they've already accrued a gigantic amount of points for the team in that last Super Weekend. By no means are they safely stuck in towards the top side. There could be some very, very weird happenings, in which case they get knocked down, but very, very unlikely at this point in time. But I think you are right, John. Right now it's about finding that plateau and where you can comfortably sail without the winds getting too strong that your ship just blows over. I think we've seen a few teams fall prey to that, where they're constantly trying to improve, constantly trying to make things happen. I think for 4 Romanian Boys, they kept pushing the boat to the point where there was a very, very clear occurrence where, you know, that aggressive playstyle wasn't working anymore and they couldn't figure out why. For LMV, it's much more consistent. Though I think we've talked enough about LMV now, so we can head to another team that's on our screen at the moment, which is Vodafone Giants, and equally Nexus off in the distance as well. So we've got two really great teams that we can talk about here, John. I'm going to talk about Vodafone Giants. Maybe you can touch on Nexus. I don't know. It's up to you. But I think for Vodafone Giants, again, there is a lot of hope for this team. I think that they definitely have some key factors about them that make them a good team. They're very good at working together. We know that from previous tournaments we've seen them in. It does seem odd at times that they weren't able to make it happen. And it feels like we saw this aggressive team turn into this almost lukewarm team. And I think I would like to see some kind of balance between those two factors.
Yeah, I feel like they have been pretty off and on, and I mean, obviously, given the performance that they had during their first Super Weekend for the Vodafone Giants, 81 points, right? That's not terrible. I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. And if they had been in the second one at the same rate of points earnings, they would have been somewhere around Conqueror's position, right? I mean, to be fair, that's still not that great. But even in we've seen better from them. Is what I'm trying to get at. And they have sort of fell in that down just a little bit. So we're waiting for that up. But they are another team that does need to qualify. And if SKP team want to make it to the finals, they're the team that needs to not qualify as well. So it's sort of a very important team to be keeping a lookout for it. And it's the same story for Nexus, right? Coming into this game, they 96 points on the Super Weekend last time on their only entry into it. So they do need to be getting back in there. And it feels like there's been a lot of change to the team, right? Like they have had some great team play and some great teamwork, but there just isn't that. I don't know. There isn't that star quality that we've come to expect from some of the players in Nexus.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that, for Dew, he kind of lives up to that role somewhat, right? He's definitely twinkling away over on that team, but we can't quite call him a star just yet. He's definitely got one of the most unique play styles within the lobby, where he kind of plays Metal Gear Solid, right? Snake in the grass type of deal. Leaps out and the rest of his team suddenly apprehends you like a pack of raptors. So I think that for Nexus, there is hope. And I like the way they play. I like what they changed. Obviously, no longer playing with Dexter or Sushi. Made a quick change in the middle of the tournament as well. Like this is a difficult thing to do, because when you come into a tournament like this, it's much different from scrims. There's a lot of pressure on your side to perform, and especially here in the league play, because we can turn this full circle now. That for league play for both Nexus and Vodafone Giants, what we're looking at is effectively 8 games to qualify into Super Weekend, and that is a scary amount of games for a lot of these teams, because it's either a case of consistent play style or 2 really big strikeout games with like some good games in between, right? It's not easy to do. Some teams will make this look easy towards the top side. I'm absolutely looking at Game Lord. Most of the times they do breeze through on their league plays. Last league play was a little bit of an anomaly for them. But for Nexus, I think that, and Vodafone Giants, there's a lot of pressure on them right now, and I think that's the scariest thing. We've got that hydraulic press coming down on you to perform and get into Super Weekend. Sometimes you start making mistakes, and I think that we will see some during this league play, but it's up to them to ensure that they aren't so many mistakes that they don't get their chance into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot to be in. For Romanian Boys, a team that, if we're talking about changes during the tournament, there's been a dramatic change from certainly their earlier showings, and sure, they have got some of the rewards from that, but they really don't have a lot to show for it. I mean, they're 208 points right now in the Super Weekend. They're pretty much guaranteed to qualify for the finals at this stage, as long as they qualify here in these next couple of games, in these next 2 days. But still, a team that we expected more from when we saw their performances at the start of the tournament. I mean, they got, 3 back-to-back chicken dinners, stuff like that, and they were pulling down incredible numbers, the highest scoring team in the tournament at that time, and that is not the team we're seeing now.
It's not, no, and I think to be fair, this is a team that I have taken quite a few looks at, and realistically for me, for 4 Romanian boys, you know, there isn't that proactiveness that we saw before, that bit of spark of energy from them, where we would see Doran immediately rotating as soon as the fight had completed to the next optimal position within the zone. Speaking of zones, we do get it heading up towards Graveyard again. Very barren area with a fair few high ground availabilities to you around El Azahar. San Martin just slightly in this one, so it gives you a bit of opportunity to scout outwards. Vodafone Giants, Super Young Roster, as well as Conquerors, all coming up from that southwest side along the ridge of Picardo. So most likely fights will occur in this location. Vodafone Giants looking for an efficient path in, obviously. It feels like they're heading up towards the northern side towards Power Grid, straight into San Martin.
Unicorns of Love as well. They're still south of Los Leones out in the blue. But this western edge potentially all the more tricky. Shots. Another Nita crater for Romanian boys taking damage. Big chime in as well on the off angle. Ridgelines looking good for them. Super Young roster now in conflict with Vodafone Giants. Nades going through and in and all around. Pokers needs to heal up here, obviously with the blue zone ticking away. Everybody's just going to be getting all the lower time and time again. Faker trying to push in. I mean, Pokers, I feel like you can't get him out of this. There's no way that he doesn't die here. The question is, what is he going to be able to do to slow down Super Young roster?
Yeah, because the majority of Vodafone Giants, they've already moved forward. You can see Nano's just off in the background there, trying to heal up a little bit. But I think at this point in time, you do leave Pocus behind. You set up a nice roadblock along the road to San Martin, and then try and get something done versus Super Young roster. Nano actually chimes in here, but now I think it is time for him to leave. But Pocus gets another heal off, throws the Molotov, and tries to work around it. He does have one first aid kit left for him. And right now, with Nano providing support, there is an opportunity to make something happen, or at least get him extracted out of here. But looks like Nano is beginning to leave. One smoke goes down, but that will be Pocus picked up.
Yeah, he was going to die pretty much 90% of the time in these scenarios, and Super Young roster able to pick it up. The good news, of course, for Vodafone Giants is they were able to take one of Super Young roster down. So a trade 1-for-1 in a scenario like that. Maybe you were looking for a little bit more. Maybe you were looking to slow them down all the further. But there's plenty of meds on side for Super Young roster. You can see that. I'm worried about other players, though.
No, yeah. I don't really think they know where...
I have no idea.
I don't think they know where he is. They've smoked him off, yet smoked themselves off just as effectively. You can see Vodafone Giants, or you can't see them, but they're actually just around Hacienda del Patron, but right on the outskirts of the circle at the moment, looking to provide that roadblock towards Super Young roster as they come into the circle. Now, this is a similar thing that they've done before versus Unicorns of Love right at the beginning of the tournament, and they did find success of it then, though they'd been struggling since then because, you know, Unicorns of Love hadn't been taking that same path in, but now they've found Super Young roster, who's been starting to drop down towards Unicorns of Love's area, especially in the Super Weekend. So now it's a big opportunity for Vodafone Giants to find a clear side on this circle towards the west.
Going above north there of San Martin. Actually moving all the way up to Hacienda del Patron. Nano stops off along the roadside. Super Young roster yet to mount up. I feel like they're just getting in their cars now. And it's getting a little bit cramped for my liking in the middle. And that circle, that's going to put the skates on the conflict down south.
Oh yeah, that's going to start to slip and slide as teams collide into one another on the ice rink, which is not a fun thing, let me tell you that now. I've done it a few times before and bumped my head and had to leave. But for Cruz de Valle, you know, that's an area which is going to be good. There's a few compounds here, but really nothing too solid for a lot of these teams. Xtreme Slayers is going to be a big point of attention for a lot of these teams, but most attention will be put towards getting into this circle in the first place. Unicorns of Love looking to make a heavy rotation towards the east. Nexus already losing Creator towards the middle of the circle. But you are right, John. Things are getting extremely cramped, and there's only so much time before those elbows start knocking on one another.
Conqueror starting to move in from the southwest towards Nexus. Eastern Stars might be trying to stop Team Doom. But no, looks like the strafe not going to come through on the fire. Capahala takes some shots and a little tickle of damage. But Team Doom are going to be okay with that. They're going to just sail around past El Azahar. Oh, hang on a minute. Octavia managed to get the vehicle. And up goes one of the Doom players in flames.
Dear me. Maybe he actually bounced into a tree and Octavian had just done just enough damage
Get the credit.
to create problems. Yeah. But I'm not entirely sure what happened there. He was on the other side of the cliff, so maybe he saw a little bit of the car that we weren't able to. But Unicorns are love, Roll Kiss. Do love what this guy's been doing for the team. And I know we talk a lot about GK first as well as Lin, who've been doing good stuff. But it's Roll Kiss really stepping up.
Eastern Stars there being given what for? They're being shown the hot lead. Athis trying to smoke out, trying to make a break point towards his downed duo behind the box, but in the meantime, Unicorns of Love, they're making their own break for it. Raucous across the way, might be spotted there by Kapahala, who's got some off angles there, controlling the push. Press gets sprayed down, no way really to control it. Look at that, Athis has been knocked as well as just Kapahala. His position now known. GK first looks for the spray, tries to suppress that ridgeline, but the flushes are coming through, and Unicorns of Love are racking up those points.
I mean, for Unicorns of Love, making to this next Super Weekend, they're going to be doing extremely well for themselves. GK first goes very, very low, but it's Rolkis who drops up, making the big plays for this team.
Looking for the spray as well around the side. Not initially going to get that first knock, but Kapahala has to hit the deck, and there's players across the way to worry about. Finally finds the nade over the top. The blue zone envelops. Kapahala pushes forwards. Rolkis out wide. Tries to swing the side there. Lower HP for Kapahala than for Rolkis right now. Boosters looking good for Rolkis. The spray from the top is looking... Oh, it's even! They have to go for the swap guns, and Rolkis able to win out the day. First aid kit popped, and Unicorns of Love take down the Eastern Stars.
Yeah, again, I think Rolkis plays such a crucial role in the Unicorns of Love roster. He's forever making these very, very cool little plays where he'll assassinate, crucial Rolkis, 100%. He'll assassinate players, play massive off angles. It is gorgeous to watch him play, because I think he's kind of like the tin opener for the team. If they want to get on in a fight, he's the one to open it up. That was nice, yeah.
That was some interesting timing there. Big do have one of their players taken down, and actually in a pretty good oversight spot. However, there's fights coming through as well from Conqueror across the way. And excuse me, are taking fire now from every angle. They've poked the beast and awoken something. Trying to take these shots back towards, excuse me, and Conqueror not wanting to let them move through. But the next circle, again, shifts away from here. Prada will get flushed out. Mango almost certainly going down there as well. Unicorns of Love lose a player to the blue zone here. And I think that we are now in the phases where you can't res out in the blue, which means that GK First is dead.
I think it's around about phase 4 or 5 where it becomes extremely difficult. Phase 4, I think, is just about doable with a bandage into a first aid kit afterwards. But again, it's very, very close. Odd that should happen, though. And I feel sorry for Unicorns of Love, because this, in effect, was actually a really big achievement against one of the biggest teams. Is that Unicorns of Love, their kind of like MO is to take a really big fight, make it look good, but always leave with only 3 players. Now, they survive with the 4, yet GK First goes down somehow, which we're still not exactly sure how that happened. Perhaps it was a long-range shot coming through from ChasMac, but now they've got to find a place within the zone itself. ChasMac is behind them, could take shots. Lin obviously once again flies out wide, but will be taken out.
Hey, all right. Well, looking to move through, and they were a little bit slow for the Unicorns of Love. Central, Conqueror, suffering. Xtreme Slayers looking to control from the top of the hill, from these ridge lines. There's a lot of really nice ridge-based cover in this sort of area of the map, outside water treatment, and you can see how undulating it is here. The difficulty comes when there's a team like TSC who can look straight down those ridges.
Yeah, I think TSC, though, I think they might have just been cowed into, not taking these fights. What is Victor doing?
He's going for it, man.
Changing weapons. There's a team right behind you, buddy.
Oh, he's gaming. He's gaming right now. Well, not anymore, actually. He's down. But, yeah, he's really not looking too good for the position right now for Game Lord. You can see Narvalo trying to just get out of dodge. Scram as Big wrest the position from them. Destiny pretty happy right now with their current spots. You see they are in a pretty solid compound across the way. TSC just in front of them from our perspective. Could be pretty tricky. TSC wanted to hold down that compound. Yeah, there's Destiny on the map. You can see just how strong their position is.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Narvalo, though, again, one of the highest damage dealers. I think he was the first to hit 10k in the lobby. But again, like, he is just ruined Big Stay. Last player alive should be able to get both Victor and I think it was Akashi back up on their feet. So Game Lord back with a 3-man member. And if we're looking at the stats right from the beginning of the day, we know that Game Lord's favorite map is Miramar. It is a map where they absolutely do excel on. Next circle shifts, comes through up towards the northeast side there, John. So, you know, teams like ChasMac, Destiny, they can swing up towards the east side, but LMV, once again, very happy with this one. Haven't had to take too many fights as they come down from Campo Militar. Should be very much looted up and ready for this endgame.
Ready for the fight. There's Destiny trying to hold down the longhouse right now. TSC getting some sneaky shots there. Take the boom to the Golden Mirado, or the Dorado, as I like to call it, Blank, and I shall keep bringing that up every time. TSC going to be holding out on their hillside for now. Not sure if they spotted the 4 Romanian Boys, but Unicorns of Love are going to know about it as they swing around the side of this headland. They have their sights trained. Oh, goodness me. This could be dangerous for 4 Romanian Boys, and Rolk is actually cooking the nade. This could be big, this could be good. Redox pushes in, but a little bit long on the nade there from Rolkis. Might give away the position, but in the meantime, there's a backstop, and Rolkis up top around the side. 4 Romanian Boys dealt with handily by Unicorns of Love, but they've got a way to go. The circle closing.
Yeah, but now they've been seen, and I think that's the biggest issue for Unicorns of Love now, is that that presence is known. Luckily for them, Destiny shouldn't be able to do too much about this because they've got 2 teams coalescing on their position, which they will have to quickly deal with now. You've got Game Lord as well as TSC jumping on them.
Just Narvalo from Game Lord, though. The rest of Game Lord are further across the way. And they're going to be guarding it out. TSC want to take this position. They want to move through Destiny and get ahead. And actually, what's that? It's a 4th team. Unicorns of Love now into the Longhouse. Game Lord holding down their outpost position, but at the cost of maybe 1 or 2 of the players. Unfortunate there, to be sure. TSC yet to displace Destiny.
Yeah, it's taking it very, very slowly at the moment. Unicorns of Love actually very happy with this amount of time. They're able to chill out, not have to do too much. They're close to the circle. The fact they've been a 2-man moving down from that south side is actually fairly impressive in its own right. Fresh tries to move up to the east side of the warehouse. ChasMac Gaming, if they're looking, should be able to see this one, but he is within the shack for the time being. So safe and sound, safe and sound.
Unicorns of Love are skirting around the edge of this still in the whole meantime. Just pumping those nades in. I think that might have been a knock from Rolkis there on the backstop. Mazzaro playing in the smoke. Might have just been caught on an ankle there, but no time really. The nade's looking good right now for Unicorns of Love, and they're on the inside of the circle. Which means that they have got a really solid position, Narvalo, and then Game Lord with it eliminated. Sprays down as Rolkis finally gets spotted. Fresh really wants to keep this one alive, really wants to keep this one going, and does exactly what is necessary to be able to go for it. But TSC take that as the go signal. They see the knocks coming through, and Destiny are going to be wiped on out. Unicorns of Love, they're looking for these reses, and now they have to be the ones to guard against the push from TSC.
Circle moves down their way, so they are on the short side of the circle, so they'll have a little bit more time than maybe Doom has as the circle starts to envelop on that side of the map. 22 minutes in with 21 alive and 9 teams alive. Very atypical of this map, so we're quite interested how this is going down. Obviously, Unicorns of Love will pick up a few more kills for their triples, which is absolutely fine for them. 7 points, and if they can live just a little bit longer, start laddering up towards those top 5 positions, it'd be beautiful. But first, you have to take this fight with TSC, which seems to be going okay until Rolkis hits the deck.
Yeah, it's far from ideal, losing one of your players in the duo, but TSC still locked into it. Fresh looks for the spray, tries to hold off against the position. Rolkis holds, but that's the Unicorns of Love done and dusted. TSC, 4 players strong from the south side, going to need to push in. Talon, scouting the whole time in the northern side, finally comes back to LMV and moves forward to be at the forefront of this push into ChasMac. It's into the ChasMac pit, goes forwards, and it's Sedan to go down, but there's teammates over the ridge. Excellent play from LMV to be able to take control of this eastern side.
Yeah, I think for LMV, one of my favorite things about this team is probably the fact that, you know, most of the time when you see them, you think quite passive, quite calm team coming to the circle, very calculated. But my favorite thing is that when the job needs to be done, and needs to be done quick, they do it. This is the fight we're looking at right now between Team Doom and Vodafone Giants. Just 1 player left. Well, he is, does he?
They're just playing Ring Around the Rosies right now. Looking to deliver the pocket. What poses a threat? Desh trying to get the sprays down, and finally, finally it's finished. Goodness me, I was ready for that fight to be over about 10 seconds ago.
Oh yeah, I know. I was worried if it'd be over about a minute later with the way they were avoiding one another. Not a bad shot from Vodafone Giants though. I think things could have gone slightly better, but I think they did a good job with their ability to hold out super young roster, leaving one player behind to make that happen. But now we're looking at LMV versus TSC. TSC obviously coming off the bite of Destiny as well as Fresh and Game Lord, so a lot of loot goes their way.
Needs back TSC off that position. That crate in the middle actually gives a pretty decent spot for cover. TSC at the moment, the most central position. They actually have Yaya as well out on the back foot. Just getting that scouting, getting that info across to the rest of the team on the open ground, on the hills that they have to worry about. LMV, the most sequestered team right now. The next shift comes through and it's right on top of the TSC spot.
Yeah, I think for LMV again, now it's go time for these guys. LMV, by no means are they a coward when it comes to these types of circles. They'll move in should they need to.
Oh, they want to go for the push though. Two players gone down very, very fast. Luff and Talon both falling, and Tam not gonna miss a beat there. Hidan goes low, there's the flush. Has to pop up, has to try and challenge. Will find Tam, doesn't even go down for it. Hidan, Japon, gonna fight from down below. Talon in full view, not flushed just yet, and the rest of TSC look at a swarm over the position. Talon gets flushed. Hidan healed in the meantime, looks for challenges left and right for Tony, pops up and down and able to give them exactly what he was looking for. Hidan though, still not done, looks for more over to Buho, ducks behind the headland and finds yet another. Hidan fighting so hard to keep LMV in it. Tam challenges and finally gonna be able to deal the final blow, but in the meantime, across the circle, it's Xtreme Slayers and Team Doom going at it, and Xtreme Slayers come out on top.
Zesh almost took the 2v1, and Hidan, on the other hand, almost took the 1v4. So TSC fairly damaged in their approach. You highly doubt that Holes gets away from this one. TSC just held down some great positions, and also that quick ability to identify that warehouse is a good position to go into and hold off against that many teams with the 4-man. They were very confident in doing so. So TSC, it's a deserved game here. It's a deserved game in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. They fought hard. They take a good position. They've moved through hard positions. But what was that? All right, grenade of the week, maybe. Holes going to be able to pop more in, but nothing really to follow it up. And there we go. TSC, they get a well-deserved victory there. Fantastic performance from the squad.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from TSC. But Holes, goodness me, what a nade coming over the top there. Great arc on it, looked beautiful. Unfortunately, that's about as far as he goes with that one. Again, a lot of really, really strong teams within that lobby. It looks like everyone's hitting their stride now, John. Unicorns are loved, looking a little bit better. I think there was one point where I would maybe improve there, which is purely just, Lin, Rolkis and Fresh towards that, I think it's 5th circle, where they all went wide and tried to create a triangular shape in terms of their positions. I would much rather them all just switch over to Rolkis' position within that compound and look to move from there. It feels like sometimes they get a little bit split, a little bit, cracked towards the end of the game and no longer on the same page. And that's when it gets really rough, because you all need to be on that same page, reading those same lines when it comes to the end of the game, John. And I think they could have gone much further if they did also have Lin when they were actually breaching the warehouse.
Yeah, and to be fair, they did lose JK first earlier out in the blue zone, and which we feel like, I mean, we talked about it at the time, it was avoidable. We felt like that wasn't a necessary punishment to take there. They'd already done good work, and they just needed to get in. And maybe that would have changed things. Maybe they would have had 3 in that fight in the warehouse.
Yeah, I think that for Unicorns, I love it's a weird one where it's almost a ritual now for themselves to only have 3 players coming into the final circle. So when they come away from that fight as 4, they're like, well, someone has to draw the short straw here and tie it to the blue zone. Regardless, though, Destiny looked a little bit stronger there. I think when you are assailed by about 4 separate units, it does become quite difficult to continue that hold in that area, especially when it became such a focal point of that circle as well. I think perhaps Destiny should have dipped and left. It's one of those weird calls though, right, where it's like you have a good compound, but the reason you're leaving is because it is such a good compound, and most likely people are coming over to that area in the first place.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? Good place. Lots of people think it's a good place. Oh dear.
Yeah. Find a ridge that's good place, but not many people know of it. It's not on TripAdvisor yet. That's the idea, John.
Absolutely. You don't want it well rated. You want it just to deliver the goods. You can see that in a couple of those fights. Oh, it wasn't GK first. They lost earlier. Sorry, it was... I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was GK first. After that fight with the Eastern Stars. Yeah, after that fight with the Eastern Stars. Yeah.
Of course.
Got it now. There were a couple of interesting dynamics as well on the southwestern side of those sort of final-ish circles. I mean, you can see we just had their Big and Excuse Me's position that felt like it really could have gone either way, but Excuse Me rocked up into the middle of these two teams, right in the middle of Big and Conqueror. And to be honest, those are two teams I do not want to be in between.
No, I think for Conqueror, it's like, and Big as well, it's very difficult. Narvalo definitely pulled them out of this ridiculously difficult situation with some fantastic nades, fantastic utility. You know, it was very well done. I think Narvalo definitely needs a massive pat on the back for that game. Probably one of the players that I just don't really talk about too often either, John, to be honest with you. And I didn't talk about it too often in previous seasons, but now I definitely have a reason to.
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty consistent in terms of, I think he's certainly top in some statistic or other in terms of performances. Certainly a guy to be worried about if you're facing him on those battlefields, right? He's done a lot of work for Gamelord, and I mean, Gamelord now have had two pretty solid games today, being able to put up some pretty good averages and keep themselves in the conversation this whole time.
Yeah, I think for LMV as well, again, final fight, very, very difficult. And if you're watching closely, guys, which I hope you are, you would have seen some really, really, really well-placed pre-fires coming through from Hidan as well as Japan. And if things went differently for TSC, if they bobbed up slightly earlier, you know, that could have been a 3-man down and it would have been a 2v1 for LMV. So in that situation, things go very differently. We did have this incredible little do-si-do between Zesh as well as the last player from Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, I mean, LMV needed a strong game this time around after their first game to keep themselves as one of those teams that we're looking at as potentially one of the most improved teams over the course of this tournament. And their first game wasn't great. So their rotation came in and they were just cut down in the middle of it. So having a good game here is gonna spur them on potentially just a little bit further. We'll see how far they can go. We're gonna head back to a break and we'll see you in a few.
Guys, welcome back to another player interview, and this time around we're going to be joined by Tamtam from TSC Legends. Tamtam, thanks so much for spending a little bit of time with me to have more insight on what's happening inside the team of TSC Legends. And I'm going to jump right off the bat, going to have to talk about PMPL. Do you have any expectations / goals for yourself and for the team, of course, in this event?
Well, to be honest with you, as a team who didn't play the PMPL Season 1 this year, we aren't really expecting to go more than EMEA. I'd say like we're aiming for EMEA and to gain the experience in this tournament in PMPL, reaching the final and going to EMEA. We're actually aiming more of a long distance aim, so we're aiming for next year to have better results to play the first and second PMPL, to try to reach somewhere higher, and we're eventually like aiming to get the BMGZ slot next year. There's going to be one.
I love it. It's like, oh, yeah, we're just going to aim low. No, we're maybe going to go for EMEA. Maybe PMGC is pretty low, right? Yeah, it's going to be working out.
No, we're actually like, that's what we're saying. The thing is, we are trying to get there like by next year, because we didn't have the chance to play the first PMPL this year.
I think it's great to look long term, right? You're trying to build synergy with the team, which I think is very important. So I fully agree with you on that one. It's a great kind of expectation to set for yourself. Talking about expectations, if you make it maybe to EMEA Championship Season 2, right? What would be your goals, your focus in that kind of event if you make it?
Well, if we make it, we actually, we're not aiming to just reach it and stop there. No, we want to get top places, at least top 3 or top 5 if we get there, which hopefully we will with this team. And we're still building synergy and comms between us, but hopefully we will eventually reach there.
Okay, I wish you best of luck in potentially making it to EMEA Championship Season 2. That is going to be a big goal for sure. But you talked about how for this year and especially next year, how you wanted to try and remain as a team. But I want to focus on 2021 for a second. Do you have any hopes, wishes, dreams you would like to maybe achieve and make become reality for this year with your team?
Like as I said, we would like to prove ourselves in this PMPL. We didn't do really good in the first Super Weekend, but we're trying to improve a bit more and more. Each day we play, we improve a bit more. Because we haven't stayed together for long. So we would like our goal is currently to get like one of the top teams in the finals. Like that's our main goal.
Well, that's it. I think that's a great goal for you to aim towards for the rest of 2021. Well, Tam, thank you very much for this quick interview. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I want to wish you the best of luck entering this next PMPL match.
Thanks a lot.
It is time to be real with you and not be rude, as we have the OnePlus. Yeah, OnePlus as the official sponsor. So I threw myself off there. Tried so hard to do something funny, and I just failed. But with 120 hertz refresh rate, make sure to track every single opponent when it comes to PUBG Mobile to snipe them down or just kill them. Either way, get your points on the board, get yourself a chicken dinner. Let's get our analyst back in here to help me dig myself out of the hole that I put myself in. As we talk about this game, TSC, they take a victory here, but it's not the first time we've seen it. This team, well, like a lot of other teams here, as the entire event has progressed, have really improved.
Yeah. Big resurgence from TSC Legends in that second week, and of course starting off strong on this third week. They had a really big fight that they took, right? We talked about it a little bit, Kalaris. Destiny were trying their best to hold on to the fort of that warehouse down south, but there's 3 teams that crash on that exact position, and unfortunately there's only one team that can really come out on top, and if you win that fight, you're literally in the best position for that kind of circle. So they remained as a 4-man, which I find was very surprising, knowing there was 4 teams in that warehouse. So they won that fight, they win the game, no big surprise there.
Yeah, pretty cool to see, especially since they were so proactive in this game. It's not even just that warehouse fight, as you say. It's like them then like moving out, having to chase the circle, looking for fights on that eastern side, and constantly going for that good old wraparound on some of these teams here. Very impressed by TSC Legends from this game, considering, again, you know, the terrain that they're moving into for those last circles, especially away from those warehouses, is not the easiest to navigate. So very, very good game by them.
Well, gentlemen, look at here. Look what we got. We got Nexus Gaming. Miramar is one of the worst maps. They were one of the bottom 3 teams on it, and they come out with 11 points. They come out a lot closer to what they need to qualify into the Super Weekend. And again, this is one of those teams, those bubble teams that we're looking at. And then you look at Destiny, which I know you guys want to talk about a little bit here, to only 2 points, and they desperately need to requalify.
Yeah, that hurts a lot for Destiny. Once again, they had the strongest warehouse, and they were looking so comfortable. They were looking at the southern side, you're trying to make sure no teams could approach it. But there's literally, it felt like an episode of Attack on Titan. You just have all the Titans pushing at the same time and trying to take down your warehouse. And they were like,
Attack
well...
on what, Max?
Attack on Titan.
There you
go. Thank you.
Is that like Friends or something?
That's, yeah.
Friends.
Okay, Jason. I feel personally attacked right now. I don't know.
Friends is
Thank you,
bad,
Jason.
So. Look at his hands! There's Bujo, but he's back. Apparently, he's like not even leaning into the camera. Jason, does this man just have the biggest hands on the planet?
Well, I kind of hope not, because I think the bigger hands you have, the harder it is to be a mobile gamer, right? Because the buttons only have certain sizes and stuff, and you don't want to, like, I don't know. I would hope not.
Really big mobile phone. What do you think?
He plays on the smart fridge at one point. I'm sure they're going to try that one.
What fridge?
You just gave OnePlus
Hey, they got screens
a brand
now.
new idea. OnePlus
smart
refrigerator.
fridge.
Keep,
Oh, yeah.
keep
We
your
need that.
chicken dinners frozen and cold while you heat them up, ready to go in the next match. Speaking of the next match, it's about to kick off here, so we'll jump off of that. But we did see Temtem again, pretty much leading the way through his team. You know, Max, you got to talk to him. He said it was really fun to do it with an interview.
Yeah, it's just a really fun guy with a really fun attitude around him, and I think that when you have a player like that in your team and it just keeps the morale high up every single time, it really seemed to work out for the second week, and we'll see if it's going to happen this time around again. But yeah, when you have a very positive leader, it's always good to have. It can only help your team move forward.
Well, it was really interesting because the second he came onto the camera, we heard Imperium say, "Wow, he's really attractive.
What a handsome man.
What a handsome man." And I could see your
I
eyes,
agree.
Max, doing the interview. You weren't looking at the camera, you were looking at him. So
I was looking at
he's got
him.
all eyes on him, just like all eyes are going to be on our next set of commentators coming back into the mix here. I believe we have Imperium and Blink going to join us. So, Max, Kalaris, check with you guys in just a few minutes. I'll check with you backstage. We'll get a coffee. We'll get a croissant. You know, we'll get something to eat. Let's bring our commentators in because round 3 is about to kick off. We're heading back to Erangel once again today. Gentlemen, this has been an interesting day so far. Again, Nexus able to perform on Miramar where they previously have been failing. But I want you to take us into it.
Thanks for exposing me like that, Jason. Super appreciated. Blank, you're also a handsome man. What are you looking forward to in this game 3?
Does that qualify me to figure out what's going on in this next game? Is that the qualifier? It's like if you're handsome or not? Because I am not. I am not.
No, because
I have no idea what's going on.
If that's the case, Max wouldn't be an analyst, you know?
Oh, dude, to be fair, if that man is handsome, he would be more like the prophet at this point in time. But we are heading straight into our next game of the day, which is nice to see, and a nice little shot. So we're flying down to the floor there. We're getting our very, very southerly circle here. Southerly playing path, actually. This is pretty rough, actually, for a lot of these teams. So Saverni quite out of the way, so teams like B are going to be having a bit of a rough time.
Yeah.
Pretty difficult to get to a lot of the spots these teams would like to hit up. But I think there's a few teams in this lobby that don't have to head up there. I don't think we have game. No, we do have game also. Yasnaya, also another one of those ones where it's like slightly more difficult to head towards.
When I was talking to John in game 1,
Yes.
he mentioned about kind of most improved teams, and I highlighted Team Doom in the heat of the moment, although with justification, and he reminded me about LMV, which I definitely shouldn't have forgotten about. But is there a specific team that stood out to you as most improved, either one of those teams or another team?
I think it's difficult to say off the cuff here for me.
Okay,
I think personally there are a lot of teams that have been on the downhill. I think that's one of the big things for me. I mean, let's take 4 Romanian Boys, for instance. Conquerors have been on a bit of a downhill trend. And there's a fair few teams that are very much up and down. I think that, you know, Super Young roster is one of the teams we could potentially put in there. But I don't know. It's a difficult one to say because I think everyone's like remained on a pretty static level. I do think that Team Doom as well, LMV, are probably your best bets for both of them. But if I would say most improved, it would be Team Doom. I think for LMV, they were always playing fairly solidly. It just came a point where they put it into 5th gear. So definitely improvement, but I don't think that you can discredit Team Doom, who have like come such a long way since their beginnings at the start of this tournament.
I love that you touch upon the teams who have been on a decline, and it's a very relevant topic to highlight and talk about, of course, as we're getting into the end stages of this PMPL, and when we're talking about the teams that need to qualify for this 3rd Super Weekend. But the phase zone circle popped up, Blank, and it has gone towards that southwestern side of the map, centering around Gaka. It's not bad for the playing path, but it's obviously not the best for the teams who dropped on the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, again, like with this playing path, you know, Unicorns are love, super young roster. They can't take their north-south George position, but obviously it doesn't matter too much for them. Looks like they are slightly split up here, but taking some boats to move the way through. Georgia Paul's still in the circle as well, so as long as no one heads up this way, I mean, Unicorns are love could have like pick of the litter. Though if I was them, you know, probably just head towards South George. Just hold South George. I don't have to cross the bridge. If Super Young roster want to come play, let's have it out with them. I think the Unicorns Love is certainly a team that has stepped up recently in terms of, you know, being able to take those fights. You know, even towards the end of the beginning of the tournament, it never felt like a weak team. It just felt like a team that, as Kalaris has put many times, a little bit directionless. Like their rotations are a little bit sloppy. They're not sure what they want to do next. But put them in a fight, put them at TDM, they'll do absolutely fine.
Yeah, couldn't have said that better myself. SKP, they've dropped in Pachinki for this Game 3 because there's no Vodafone Giants. They did that during the previous Super Weekend. Nice adaptation. It already puts them in a good spot for this Phase 1 circle. They can shift a little bit to the west, maybe the southwest if they want to go to Pachinki Hill. What areas of this Phase 1 would you prioritize for these teams? Where would you be looking to see teams kind of put themselves in?
Bloody hell, are we in an interrogation here, Imperial? I feel like I've flipped about 10 questions my way, but I guess
I know,
man. This is all good.
You know,
I'll, you know, if I'm taking any positions here, probably underneath Everest. I think underneath Everest is a great spot to have. I'd love to see a team like Romanian Boys head up that way. I think for Super Young roster heading towards the top of Everest also is good. You know, this gives you opportunity to move down. I think Ruins is like one of those places you don't really want to head towards, though. It's one of those places it's great if you got that northwest circle and you can kind of slip your way down, use that cover to your advantage. But heading up into it, you are boxing yourself into a corner. You're almost like a little bit of a rat that's found some cheese, but too late to find out that it is indeed a trap.
I like cheese. Do you like cheese?
Well, yeah, I also like cheese and Imperial.
There you go. Yeah.
Look. Shall we go with my favourite cheeses? Let's go.
Well, I didn't want to interrogate you anymore on your likeness.
I'm not being interrogated on my cheese preference now. What's going on? But yeah, yeah, well, you know, it's all the good cheese. I'm a bit of a Red Leicester fan, which is kind of pathetic, but, you know, Gouda's also pretty nice. I do like Gouda. We do have this circle, though. It's a little bit of a weird one, especially for this lobby as well. Got all these eastern teams, because we did have a case where a lot of teams were dropping on the eastern side. What I'm pleased to say is that we are starting to have a lot more teams find favour towards the west side of the circle, be that because of the playing path, or perhaps people are realising there is a lot of open space that LMV is completely taking advantage of down towards Primorsk.
Yes.
So this is a really good indication that these teams are willing to learn and are putting in the research behind the scenes. But it does mean that this kind of this traffic jam towards the eastern side isn't as bad, which makes life extremely easier for Exquisite Décode UK.
Destiny's rotational time across that western bridge, just about at the right time. A little bit late compared to Nexus, who had solidified themselves on top of that Ferry Pier hill, but in terms of other teams around them, such as Doom, Conqueror, they've been able to get away from them. Just Mazzaro left on his own, as you can see, happened to disengage away and put himself in Ferry Pier for the time being. His vehicle's probably smoking quite heavily. The rest of the team getting to that compound on that western side of Phase 1. Big are heading towards Roshawk / Watertown area for this Phase 1. Headshot Hills is not a bad place to be on this kind of circle. You don't get that much information past that compound that's to the west of Headshot Hills, but you do get a good bit of information towards the Pachinki Hill and the northern edge of Pachinki for the time being.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, they're going to take that extremely in their hands because information at this point in time is going to be very good, especially with a lot of the open ground ahead of them down towards that western side. Like being able to spot out many teams is going to work in your favor. Aza, though, here versus 4 Romanian boys will find one knock, goes very low, will require assistance from his teammates, but that's a beautiful shot coming through from Doran. Just remembering that position, spraying through, and immediately nade in hand.
Now the rest of the 4 Romanian boys team need to join up and provide that level of support. Sierra is still not down yet to be confirmed, so information will be able to be given over to the rest of his team on where the players from ChasMac are located. The revive is being pulled off onto Azer by MZ Trazen. The man, the myth, the legend. He's really stepped up for his ChasMac team, able to get the opening knock, but Doran comes in to get the knock on the Shadow when it's like Trazen does all the work and the rest of the players can't seem to keep up to him at times, but luckily Redux is going to get knocked down. Paco, the last player standing, he gets taken out, and ChasMac, they come out on top.
I think that Doran is extremely talented on 4 Romanian boys. It's unfortunate the rest of the team just isn't performing up to scratch. I think Doran's probably the only one player on that team who has remained consistent throughout the entirety of this tournament. You know, I think for Redux, like there was that moment where we were like, God damn, this guy is absolutely insane. He's got crazy ability to just win out fights purely on his own. But Doran kind of went under kind of unnoticed, really. I think that we saw him making these fantastic rotations, fantastic analysis on the fly of fights and how to win them. But yeah, it really is just him left. Not to discredit ChasMac for that fight at all. That was a good fight taken by ChasMac. An unfortunate first knock, could have been slightly better, but they dealt with it quickly afterwards and set themselves up in a position for success. But again, just wanting to touch on Doran because I do think that player definitely needs a little bit more recognition for 4 Romanian boys.
Glad you touched on him, for sure. Phase 2 popped up and shifted pretty heavily down the south side of the map, so much that it still has that inkling of the military island in play. So a lot of the ferry pier and the ferry pier hillside is going to be priority for a lot of these teams. You can see Team Doom opted to go for that compound just on the other side of the ferry pier hill. They did get an initial knock onto Clink of Conqueror, but the revive has been laid down and both of these teams will just look to coexist for the time being. Conqueror trying to create maybe a little bit more separation, but they can't focus on Doom too much because very easily a team or two could be wrapping around them as we get towards the end of phase 2.
Yeah, it's difficult, especially for Team Doom at the moment, because there's a fair few teams around their location. They are in that dip a little bit. Conqueror's currently within the tree line, so they have eyes on. Leaving for Team Doom is going to be difficult, but, you know, they're towards the center of the map. They should have vehicles protected by that compound itself, Imperium, so getting out shouldn't be a massive issue. Again, it's just a case of being able to leave when the time is right. Most teams now have in the circle. Unicorns are loved, did exactly what I expected them to, which is head up towards Georgia Pole side, loot up, then make their way down into the circle. You know, Gatka's very clear at this point. You highlighted it perfectly there, Imperium, that a lot of the area down towards Quarry, Ferry Pier, you know, extremely important for a lot of these teams. So Unicorns are loved. Their approach is fairly unhindered at the time being. Exquisite Décode UK, fairly easy into the circle. Like I said before, the fair few teams on the western side, this is probably the easiest rotation I've had to make a while on Erangel.
More importantly for Destiny, Mazzara was able to join up with the rest of the team in that compound from Ferry Pier in the previous circle. For a team that failed to qualify for the previous Super Weekend, they are one of the teams that really need to get this Super Weekend 3 under their belt to make it into the finals and possibly the EMEA Championship. But we see the next phase shifting up, and it's big boy to the west.
It is. These guys, they know what's good. We saw some massive step-ups from them in the Super Weekend. What they can do here, but they do have very clear areas to come in. Champions Club. unfortunately will now go down to the hands of Excuse Me, and they'll take that compound off their hands very nicely. That's for us. Unicorns of Love, though, this is easy rotation for them to make. Head off to the western side. Know that most teams will have dropped towards the east. Quick head past Quarry, which allows them a little bit of impromptu cover as they make their way into the circle. Most likely will come into contact with Exquisite Décode UK and or Big in this situation.
Yeah, that's something they're going to have to think about. And Excuse Me, yes, they'll take that compound away from Champions Club, but I don't think it's a good compound to hold on to in this circle because it's low ground. There's very little cover as you disengage. So on the next phase, they could easily find themselves under even more pressure. But we move on over to the fight between Nexus and TSC just outside of Ferry Pier. Dewey knocked down. They won the last game. Can they win this fight in Erangel? Vitoni looks to cook up a nade. It connects, but not enough to get a knock on to create Tor. Bam. Not quite able to pull off the revive for the time being. The rest of TSC are pushing in. They get the knock. They get the kill. Just like that, Nexus are down to just 2 players. That is Rana and Creator on their own.
I think for Nexus, this fight's going to be very difficult to get away with unscathed. Again, on that western side, Exquisite Décode UK as well as Unicorns of Love rotating perpendicular, but it's Mickey who'll be picking up Lin straight away, and now this fight should be pretty easy for Unicorns of Love, for Exquisite Décode UK, sorry, who'll be coming in like the wolves that they are to pick up the pieces. In fact, taking shots towards Big instead. God, Exquisite Décode UK want to get rid of the surmounting evil off in the distance.
Oh my god, there is so much action going off with those 3 teams that you just highlighted. We are looking at Doom trying to set themselves up inside Quarry, which I think is extremely risky, and it doesn't pay off as Mango finds the knock onto Frosty despite a smoke being laid out. Excuse Me, were able to move away from ChasMac earlier on, away from that compound. Now Mango's repositioning, looking for a higher ground position, getting closer to his teammates. Doom are in a spot of trouble, to say the least. Just 2 players left up.
Realistically, I would love to look over on the western side of the map because Eastern Stars making a similar rotation as well. Exquisite Décode UK down there taking fights with Big. Daddy hits a massive nade, but it looks like Exquisite Décode UK as well as Unicorns of Love happy. You know, they were both coming in from the same side, both making a difficult rotation, and they were happy to just be like, look, we are brothers in arms, brothers in rotations. Let's make this work. We do not have to end this badly for one another. But now it's Eastern Stars going up against Unicorns of Love. Exquisite Décode UK will have to make their way up the road as well. Looking at Team Doom, though, have the best location for this circle. But again, like you said, it is that low ground. ChasMac can play around with this one on the northern side.
They did get a revive onto one of the players, so holding up as a trio is incredibly valuable. Like you said, Doom with one of the best spots in this circle. I think, excuse me, Loki need to worry about teams coming in from behind rather than focusing on Team Doom. They had the elevated position on top of the hill. We've seen the mini-map as well. TSC yet to get rid of Nexus, and I think that's a bit of a mistake from their end because the circle has shifted away. They're just about on the edge of the circle. Time's going to be whittling down. Deus Sirens have gotten involved. Yes, they can technically third party, but for the safety of them sticking together as much of a full squad as possible, clearing out Nexus earlier on would have been a lot better.
Yeah, I think for Deus, they just wanted to find a place and call it home. Slap some ornaments in there. Deus Sirens, Yatum gets burnt down a little bit, but it will be 1 player in the building. Already finds 1 Rana, though. Reloads, drops to the floor. Diavala not quite finished as of yet, and Rana tries to press the shoot. Nexus will be getting away with that one, but now 1 down for the boys. Creator finds Yatum, will finish that up. Now Nexus can start to try and make something happen. I believe it might just be Creator last remaining for them.
Is indeed. Sakura trying to heal up. The revive's being laid down onto the 3rd player from Sirens. That's Luna. Nade being cooked up. As well cooked upstairs. That should find Creator. Not quite. It does, but not enough to take him out. Another nade down the bottom of the building, just lowballing there. Please take my nade, Sirens. Okay, thank you very much. And that just gives time for Creator to respond. And here's where Deus Sirens are making a mistake. And a lot of teams make this kind of mistake, Blank. There's a time and a place to go for a revive. You know there's one player up there, just send it in with 2 players and get the kill, then you can go for the revive.
Yeah, they're spending way too much time here. Creator finds one, gets another kill point for it. It's half HP as well, and there's teams around this location. Creator's still holding. 2 will go in. This should be the end of him now. Well, that's 2 down. I mean, Deus Sirens, that's a fairly easy fight. It should have been easier. Now down to 2 with TSC as well as Destiny off in the distance. Again, this is a fight down towards the southeast side, so not towards the center of the map whatsoever. Unicorns, look, let's quickly go back to their rotation because it actually was very well done. You know, they skirted off into the distance on the eastern side, realized, you know what, if the circle moves, we want to be ahead as far as possible. Exquisite Décode UK, if they want to take a fight with Big, that's fine by us, but we're going to place ourselves in a position where we can get into circle first. So they're able to make it up all the way towards the top west side of Quarry, which is great stuff. They do lose one player in the process, as is Ritual. Unicorns are loved. They must sacrifice one player should they want to make a good rotation. That's just how things go on that team.
Intelligent decision making, and that's something that we see in Unicorns a lot massively improve on. We see that their Sirens getting taken out. Now the fight between TSC Legends and Destiny is starting to ensue. Vitoni's knocked down. They won the previous game, but Destiny, they need all the results they can get. Beg for mercy finds Jaj on top of the roof of the building. I think there's a time and a place to be on the roof of the building, and that was certainly not the time. Texi getting knocked down. Tamtam able to respond, but in return, Bujo's left alive. The IGL of this TSC side spoken to Tamtam in the interview. They say they want to improve every single day, and their aim is for PMGC next year. But in this moment, their focus is the last player, Destiny, not even looking to heal up. He's going in strong, but it is Bujo to come out on top.
That seemed like a gross overestimation of Gil on Destiny's side. I felt like, you know, maybe you could go for the res there. Yes, you get the first aid off, but like the boys outside have got a res. Just finish the couple of players from TSC on the floor, get some kill points. I think running in there was ill-advised, to say the least. I think that was a complete throw from Destiny. I know they had no health kits, nothing to work with. Maybe finish off one of the TSC players and then loot some HP. Very, very odd. Very, very odd indeed. I think that's a fight that went on for a long time. Very tense. Again, Beg for Mercy did some great stuff during that fight, and it was sad to see it end that way for Destiny. TSC, though, they're fighting now against super young roster, just Bujo in this building all on his lonesome. Going to be difficult to deal with. Unicorns of Love sitting pretty. And Conquerors once again back on form, as Jason said, looking far, far better, all the way up to top 8 here with 3 alive.
Super young roster did take out Exquisite Décode, by the way, so that's interesting to see on the journey into this PMPL Super Weekend number 3. Conqueror, you highlighted, definitely back on form, winning game 1. It's going to be the end of one of the super young roster players. Now just 2 left up, excuse me. Like I said, they needed to focus on the teams down the south because there's nothing they could really do about Doom a phase or 2 ago, and that's exactly what they're looking to do, control this south of Quarry. Conqueror able to play around the Roxy, super young roster down on the lower ground of this area. The next phase is about to pop up, and to me, that's where Unicorns of Love's early rotation was just so much more big brain.
Yeah, it was. They placed themselves in a position for success, and I think far too many times their ability to have a rotation planned ahead of time has been fairly limited. So it's nice to see them here actually taking the time to figure out what they want to do next. So that's fantastic news for them. I'm happy to see it. ChasMac Gaming, though, again, they've just sat on the northern side of the circle for so long and no one's really touched them in the process. That's the big difficulty for Quarry for a lot of these teams, is you can kind of lock down a lot of players down towards the south because moving through is so difficult. Conqueror's very close to excuse me at the moment. Michi as well as Prada just watching this rocky side and sick in an awful position. Jamez will just take him down.
Oh, Clink with the play. The confidence personified from Conqueror. Now their next victims are going to be SKP inside the sniper tower. Pushing on forward. You have Excuse Me down on towards the high ground. You forgot about them, didn't you? The noise made. Mihi comes in. That's going to be a second knock. Conqueror down to just one. So good from Excuse Me. Bided their time, waited to strike. A knock has been laid out onto Mishi. So Brada is the last player up in a bit of a 1v1. I think Jamas gets taken down. I don't know if it was SKP, but in the end, we lose Conqueror in this game.
Yeah, you do go from confidence personified to overconfidence personified in a very, very quick matter of seconds there, sadly. I think that they definitely knew they, Excuse Me, were over that ridge. And I don't think that jumping down, seeing a guy down there, flushing him, knowing it's a team wipe, necessarily means there isn't a team behind you. So flowing down towards that side is a little bit bad for them. Team Doom, though, again, they've been in this position for a very long time. We said it was a great position earlier, a little bit difficult because of the low ground, but because if it shifts over this way, there's no reason to not continue playing it. Fresh is down for Unicorns of Love. They're trying to get over towards this position. Smokes are going to be very important. Zero already down for Team Doom, trying to get his way back into the warehouse.
And this timing of rotation from Unicorns Love to opt to send it down to the bottom of Quarry, I think was absolutely perfect, because I think there's a time and a place to be on the high ground of Quarry. And it might go against ChasMac despite them having a full squad. They are going to be a little bit more out in the open. Let's cover this 1v1 between Excuse Me and SKP. Was overall won by SKP. I think Excuse Me was third party now. No, actually, no, he's in on top of the sniper tower. They're so much on top of each other, they didn't even realize that he was still alive. And Prada comes out on top of third party, this time from Azer of ChasMac, but Excuse Me goes down just like that as well.
Now we're down to just the three. I think for ChasMac Gaming, with the man advantages they currently have, it might just be enough to afford them getting down this hillside. Currently coming up behind the guys from Team Doom. I think Fresh is in a really good spot, though. This upper building is great for him. I think Azer realizes that's a bit of a long shot with that grenade, to be quite frank with you. So at the moment, for Unicorns of Love and Team Doom, I would say best bet is kind of to pseudo work together to get rid of ChasMac, because they're the biggest threat at the moment. Fresh finds a couple of good shots. I think for Fresh, there's actually been a big turn up during this league play. Looks a lot more confident. You know, between the last Super Weekend, last couple of league plays, I think Fresh has felt a little bit down, or at least it's looked that way to me. But after that last Super Weekend, he looks way back on form.
Couldn't agree more. Well, now they have to continue to be on form, and GK is going to find a knock into ChasMac, and that's why I said kind of being on the open and high ground later on in the game was going to go against them, so they have to full on send it on towards the members of Team Doom. And Unicorns of Love are just given free reign to third party to pick one off left, right and center. A second knock onto ChasMac has been laid out. Shadowin, the last player up for his side, and a cheeky nade ducked around the side of the warehouse. ChasMac go out. And that's going to just be Doom and Unicorns of Love left standing. Frosty turns around, finds a knock onto one of the Unicorns of Love players. Will now be given time to get the revive off.
That's a very important knock move through from Team Doom. Shadowwen comes back from the grave of the grave grenade, takes down one of the players from Team Doom. Now Unicorns of Love, they're going to get all members back on board. Again, when you play this circle where you're both on opposite sides, you can either make the information play and wait for next circle to see if it pushes Team Doom out. I think in this scenario, like, you would just go for that. If you push onto Team Doom's position, or push onto Unicorns of Love's position, more than likely you're looking for a death sentence. Next circle's coming. It could head down towards Unicorns of Love's side, in which case Team Doom loses, or it heads towards Unicorns of Love. So I think that, you know, it's just one of those things you've got to wait for. And in this case, I think Unicorns of Love just win with this particular circle. But yeah, you've got to gamble with if you're Team Doom. Like, walking out of here is going to be very hard for them.
They have themselves positioned up. GK onto Frosty, once again onto Zero. This is so beautiful. Looking for a third. 1v3 in the corner of the warehouse. Close but no cigar. Fresh on the high elevated position, overlooking the rest of the players. A second knock straight out. GK pushes forward, and Nate sends it in. Fresh finishes it off, and it is a Unicorns of Love chicken dinner.
Yeah, honestly, a really good game from them, to say the least. You've striking out there with a 23-pointer, beautiful. I think for Unicorns, I love, like, there was actually some good rotations that game, some really good rotations. I thought it looked hairy when we saw them coming down with Eastern Stars with Decode UK and Big off in the distance. Exquisite Décode UK kind of guardian angels in that situation, being able to put on such a show to take down Big so easily. So, and that's no easy feat either, so fantastic stuff from Exquisite Décode UK. Unfortunately, they go down to a super young roster off in the distance. But yeah, place themselves behind, and again, Rollkiss making those amazing calls to drop back, find a player from Eastern Stars, and kind of cut the leg out from underneath them by getting a knock, which allows the rest of Unicorns of Love to just kind of run off into the distance, you know, just leaving with the sunset setting behind them. So it's one of those good games where there's a lot of factors to come in. Again, I think Rollkiss is one of the key players of the team today. He's been doing so much, and it might not look that way, but he is creating far more opportunities than you might think.
Well, they changed their IGL after that first league week when they didn't qualify for the Super Weekend. And they changed them to Rollkiss. So I think Rollkiss has really delved in and developed himself within the IGL so much more since changing to that new role. So you're dead right. It's complemented with that performance. And honestly, I don't think I could have asked for a smoother game from Unicorns. A lot of the timing, the actual rotations, as you pointed out, it was spot on. But also Team Doom, Blank. 3 good games in a row. This team, they're really stepping up.
Yeah, I think for Team Doom, we talked about at the beginning of the game, probably one of the most improved teams, if not the most improved team in the lobby, looking fantastic. And I said it towards the end of that game there that last circle's a gamble. You're both on either side. You both hold extremely good compounds, depending on what happens next. You just wait it out. If it did head over towards Team Doom, like Unicorns of Love would had a very rough time of making that run across. Maybe they could have made it work because, again, they're a super experienced team. They know what to do in those situations. Drop the smokes down, try and move across in the train, get a quick nade knock at the beginning. But, you know, that could have been easily a Team Doom win. Again, though, I do think there were some problems with Unicorns of Love's rotations. Sometimes they did come a little bit slow. Lin, I'm now starting to think that, you know, beforehand it looked like he was making these rotations and wild runouts as if he was scouting, but it's happening too many times now where he just dies on the rotate where they have 4 alive that it does confuse me. It does confuse me. But I'm glad to see that Fresh and GK First now off, both of them that don't have to play that IGL role. Like, that's just down to Rollkiss, and both of them can focus on being the amazing players that they are. They are fantastic at the game. Just let them run with that, and it's working out fine.
The big roster had that issue in the previous PMPL when they were playing under Destiny with Mihi, you know, tending to just die scouting solo a lot of the time without any real reason. And since they've cleaned that up, we've seen that roster rise so much more to the occasion and look a lot more consistent and look a lot stronger. So you're dead right about that with Lin, and your concerns are there in a justified manner. But ChasMac, we saw them take out 4 Romanian Boys earlier on in those highlights, and yeah, they didn't have much to do on the northern side of Quarry because they didn't get contested, but I'm still keeping an eye on their positioning, and it's not like they were all 4 huddled together. They had a spread ready for a team to contest them.
Yeah, I do think they did look complacent, though, towards the end, right? I think that if you are ChasMac, like, one of the key things you should be thinking about in that situation is how do we wrest control of that warehouse from Team Doom before it becomes a three-team situation. Because at that point, like, yes, you point out perfectly, Imperium, that you have to come down the craggy hillside, and lots of teams are going to see you do that. And in that situation, most smart teams like Unicorns 11 Team Doom are going to immediately readjust attention over towards the 4-man team before trying to finish up at the end. We had some fantastic grenades at the end of that match as well. Fresh just looking on point, you know, revitalized, and it's good to see that guy with that happening happening, because he'd been struggling, but he's by far no means a bad player.
Well, bleed pink, think pink. Either way, Unicorns will have chicken dinner for the third game of the day. Let's go for a break. Afterwards, the analyst desk will break it all down.
Apparently Max is live, which also means I think I'm live, and Kalaris is live as well, and you guys are live here back at the studio as we're talking everything about our third round here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2 last week of league play. Gentlemen, we've had Unicorns of Love get a victory here, but one thing I want to start talking about is, I remember, I think it was Max specifically saying, when we saw some of the zone shift, and Max, you should be a little bit worried right now because the curse is coming out. He says, oh, ChasMac should have this.
I don't think that was me who said that.
He did say that.
I did not say that. No. That is false information right now what's happening. They had a really good position up north, but I did not say anything about ChasMac Gaming, okay? They tried a few things as off angles, but it was fun. But no, didn't happen. But no, I
seem to recall this happening. I seem to recall very specifically you are, wow, what a great split that they have. Wow, they should be able to take team fights quite handedly here. However, no, Max, that's not the case. We saw Unicorns of Love, the team that I picked, coming in from the north of Quarry and weaving their way down, dropping a car into the middle of Quarry and then moving through that area. I thought it was a great position that they had to be able to take this victory, and I'm surprised you weren't with me, Max.
Aren't we doing bets now on teams without my knowledge now? I have the impression we're doing it without me, and we're picking teams for me now.
Yeah, even John guessed, because he was sitting there watching the game with us. He thought it was actually going to be Team Doom, but it's fine. They got second place. And then your guess was just typical Max guess.
I guess so, man. I'm so bad, I just forget about my guesses now. I have the impression. Okay, interesting. But Team Doom, a lot of decent points coming their way here. 14 points total. Of course, there was a little bit of circle luck involved. They went for the low ground position inside of Quarry. Very hard to move away from, but if the circle ends there, you're going to be completely fine to make in the top 3, a second place off the back of that. But man, TSC Legends having a really, really strong day here, getting himself some consistent point, another double-digit point count this time around. So yeah, TSC really impressing me today.
I won't worry, Max. There's an entire cult following out there that watches this show that is on your side. They're like, don't be so mean to Max, and you know, they've got like little Max banners and things like that.
So. I've got his mom and his girlfriend messaging me saying, please keep it up. What? He deserves it.
Really?
His mom's like, you ruined my life, so now ruin his. I'm like, whoa. That's a deep.
What? Okay. No, can we talk about Blank's favorite cheese potentially? I think that's a good topic to potentially move on to.
Camembert, no? I think you picked Camembert.
Well, the biggest thing we should be talking about here is Eastern Stars and Big. Eastern Stars 0 points, Big 1 point. We're starting to get into the realms of possibility where these two teams don't qualify. However, they're obviously looking good to get into the finals anyways.
Yeah, so yeah, they'll be happy, they'll be confident, despite not getting exactly the amount of points that they particularly want here. But guys like Michi and Prada from Excuse Me, this is a team that I think, you know, we said it in a couple of the weeks, but at the start, I wasn't that kind of, they were kind of middling, but they've really stepped things up. They've got a buttery biscuit base to be able to build from here, with especially 800 damage coming in. Look at the top damage, in fact. Wow.
Especially when you have Mango always being the one, and we talked about this a few times, right? Being the one finding the off angles, trying to create opportunities. Always good to see, especially Prada being up there. But yeah, Excuse Me, quite a bit of damage up on this one. They were the one really defending the more southern side of the circle. They're getting rid of Conqueror, trying to at least, there was even TSC Legends, they got involved in a fight with them. So Excuse Me being the defender of Quarry for a big portion of time and actually trying to push them away. So yeah, it's good to see Excuse Me actually on track. And TSC Legends, once again, also being on top damage. These two teams are definitely, I would say, the potential surprise of Week 3.
Potential surprise of Week 3, okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair enough so far.
Max prediction.
Well, that's not.
It's probably going to be wrong. So
yeah, but I do wonder though, and I don't want to like put this thought necessarily into people's heads, but I'm just curious as a talking point. You know, Big and Eastern Stars, I do wonder, with them being fairly comfortable to get into the finals, do you think they're trying to make it harder for other teams to qualify to maybe keep them out of the finals? Do you think we see a world where maybe they start dropping like unicorns of love, keep them out of the finals, keep them out of the running for PMGC? Because Eastern Stars technically are ahead of them at the moment when it comes to like PMGC points.
Eastern Stars has had a bit of a rougher day to start things off, right? They started the first game off with 3 players, so they're probably trying to scramble to kind of some semblance from there on out. So I think right now, not the case for that particular team. However, there could be in the future. I'm still a big fan and a big kind of advocate for just eliminating threats, or, you know, trying to push them a little further down, or kind of mess with their confidence, or mess with their drop zone. I think it has good effects, despite PUBG Mobile sometimes being a gentleman's game. Everyone handshakes and agrees and says, yes, I'm not going to your area, which I'm not a big fan of. I think everybody should push each other.
I think it's a little bit early for that, and also if you try and mess with a team this early in the league play, you might inadvertently make yourself also a target of that kind of playstyle. So it's maybe day 2 would be fine, but day 1 a little bit early for that.
Okay, we got to pick up the pace here because there's some things we want to be showing you guys. Let's take a look at Doom and their player stats here in this last match. There's a reason we want to talk about them in particular, because we have started to see some other players step up within the roster, Max. It's no longer just Zero who's the one leading the...
Yeah. We had Zero in action doing relatively well into this one, especially when you look back on their last Super Weekend. But Zesh and Frosty, especially in these recent games, especially the days today, have been doing extremely well. We saw Zesh especially get himself some really good positions. Unreal at the very start of the day also was the one trying to set up Team Doom initially when he was taking those fights versus Game Lords, and he also had the side of Vodafone Giants. So Zesh and Unreal, I think, are the 2 big players of this one. Zero, of course, still being on top because Zero doing Zero things, nothing out of the ordinary. But Team Doom as a team improved heavily, and hitting the finals, I think a top 5 is now the question for them.
Well, that's the cool thing, right? You're saying, you know, Zero is kind of a guy that's always been there. Action, we constantly sang the praises of, and now the fact that Zesh is also stepping up alongside them. I think Team Doom is constantly looking like a rounded roster. Look at this, Zesh so far. Zesh taking that top spot here across the 3 games that they've been playing things. I mean, what somebody said that maybe they've got like 40-some points already in these 3 games, Max, and that's just spectacular for Team Doom.
Yeah, I think we can agree that they are pretty much qualified with these first 3 games of the day. They're safe to go into those, and we'll see if they can try and confirm themselves a few wins. Like, they are specialists when it comes to the southern circles towards the Sundovka Islands, so they'll know how to work around those potentially. Though Tam from TSC up there also for the first time, I believe, in a while, so seen a little bit of presence here. But Fresh and Raucous, I mean, 2 players that coming into this PMPL we expected big things from, and they're actually showing up big time. So yeah, these are big names also we're not really too surprised to see, but K-Link, that's a player we haven't seen too much, and he's actually up there for Conqueror, so yes, it's fun to see some different names up here.
I think like the most kills we've seen in a day, I think it was like Mihi actually over the Super Weekend with like 12 or 13, so I actually wonder, could Zesh potentially pass him for the most points accumulated in a day? But like you guys said, Team Doom up to 47 points, they should 100% be safe now into the next Super Weekend, but there's still a lot of teams out there who are not looking safe. However, Conqueror looking pretty close to it, and for them to not qualify in week 2 to bounce back and qualify week 3 would be massive.
Yeah, I feel like anybody above where like Game Lord is, 28 points and what like that, as long as like, even if you just phone in the next games and you kind of get just a few points here and there, you're probably going to be fine. But yeah, you're right, it's Team Doom looking amazing. Conqueror, a great start for them with the win. TSC Legends, I mean, Tam, we also saw him there as 2nd place so far. This is a team that, you know, they were not in my top big 6 and how they were going to be playing things out, but they're definitely, you know, constantly on the improvement, constantly on that train.
Vodafone Giants and Destiny, they're scaring me a little bit. Even Eastern Stars, of course, their focus would be to get as many chicken dinners as possible and try and stay in the race for the PMGC. So it's even more important for Eastern Stars to make sure they make it in the 3rd and final Super Weekend. But yeah, Vodafone Giants, Destiny, they need a change of pace for the rest of today and tomorrow. Otherwise, things are going to get a little bit dicey for them.
Well, gentlemen, you're not seeing Deus Sirens in there, which does worry me for them because they're currently sitting in 16th place. They need to qualify if they want to have a chance to get into the finals. But it is time to get into our next round here. I believe our 4th round of the day. So you two go and get out of here. Let's bring our commentators back in as we have John, Allen, and Imperium. We're going over to Miramar with Group B sitting out. And I guarantee this next match is going to be action-packed.
Yeah, it should be. It certainly needs to be for a couple of these teams. There's a lot on the line to be able to qualify. I mean, there's still games to play, but every game does count.
Yeah, it really does. 3 games down, 3 different winners. John, I would love to see a Unicorns Love back-to-back chicken dinner. I, to an extent, feel they deserve it. I believe that previous game was, within reason, pretty flawless, especially that mid to late game and how they dealt with the craziness on the western side of the map. Yes, it is a different map in Miramar, but I think if they continue that trend, we could easily see them grab another win.
Yeah, I mean, they did lose a player earlier in the Miramar earlier today, and you know they maybe made 1 or 2 smaller errors on Miramar. But you're right, if they're tightening up those sorts of plays, that wasn't a Miramar dependent sort of set of mistakes that they were making. It was just a few maybe hitches in the plan, and even then they still did not terribly, right? They did okay in that earlier Miramar game. So hopefully they'll be able to ride strong into this one too.
That plane path is very nice, quite clean. It is. I just can't speak any more about it because, especially Miramar, where a plane path like this is beneficial for every single team and their drop spot. I'm hoping the phase on complements it, but I expect no real surprises in terms of early clashes, unless it's something absolutely crazy, whether it's a hot drop or otherwise. But I expect every team to get to exactly where they want to go.
Yeah, it's fairly open. Opens the map up. The possibilities are endless, of course. Exquisite Décode UK out very early, down in El-Azhar, so hopefully a speedy loot phase for the team from the UK region. Of course, they have my undying backing, but as a caster, I need to be somewhat non-biased towards them. LMV dropping out earlier as well towards Campo Militar, which, in general, you don't really see a lot of teams actually dropping towards. This is sort of... I don't want to say unique, because obviously there are other teams that do drop there, but it is very, very rare to see a team that is so committed to getting to Campo Militar.
Yeah, I am within reason a fan of it, but I also see where it has its limitations, and it does rely a lot on the circle being quite close to you, and in this case, it very much is so on towards that northeastern side of the map. Still, the island's in play, John, and I want to see the island finish.
It's not going to happen. I'm going to spoil it for you now. It's not happening.
Oh, John, don't break my heart like that, please.
I'll do what I want. Thank you very much. It's not going to happen. But we are going to be... Did you mention the Deus Sirens split right now?
No, I didn't. That is very interesting.
I mean, sure. Luna grabbing a vehicle from under the noses of Vodafone Giants. If you can get back to the rest of the Deus Sirens, great. If not, not great. Very not great. And it looks like the Vodafone Giants do know about this, but there's not a lot they can do. Luna actually already turned tail, which is, you know, absolutely what... Stunt it. Life's short.
Yeah, I don't know. That must have been some form of either miscommunication or a bit of a glitch, being honest. I can't see that being done for any kind of logical, intentional purposes, unless they were like, okay, we want to take a vehicle from a team and we know there's one outside of Monte Nuevo. There doesn't always, you know, there's not always guaranteed to be 3 to 4 vehicles outside of Monte Nuevo, so grabbing that one could slow down Vodafone Giants. But like I said, to me, that was definitely ended up here. Let's try and disengage away, and Luna has done so. But they're dropping the Cabrera is great for an entry point into this phase 1 circle. Yes, their looting phase is automatically going to be slowed down because Luna is still only now starting to drive up to them. So as a team, they're probably going to be better off waiting. Maybe sending one of the players who's going to be looted up earlier on, then Luna maybe send herself into the tip of the circle to get some early scouting. But otherwise, I don't expect Deus to be rotating too early into this phase on circle.
Just looking at the overall map, and I mean we're on board with LMV at the moment. I was going to say it kind of feels like on either side of the map you've got these two great big pressure plates that are just about to be hydraulically slowly encroaching the rest of the teams in the form of LMV and Unicorns of Love, right? Just pushing people in. Just making sure that they're controlling everyone in front of them. The question is, do they want to be those plates, or are they going to try and slip around the side, try and get away from it all, and not really have to deal with that? Because at the moment, Unicorns of Love, they sent Lin out wide, out to the east side, all the way away from Valdemar, which is where the rest of the team does reside at the moment.
And this kind of circle is the kind of circle which I believe will massively benefit your team if you're able to control the north and southern edge. So even though I'm starting to get behind Unicorns of Love's later rotations in the first 3 circles of these games, I think this is the kind of time where they need to really recognize the benefit of controlling that south edge just underneath Impala. Send a team, send 1 or 2 players onto that hillside, push 4 Romanian boys towards the edge of La Bandita, closer to Team Big. That kind of proactivity, which we know they're more than capable of. Right now, we see Big looking to do something similar with Nexus.
Taking some shots, not really getting too much done there, but Big's position now known to Nexus, and that will alter their plans somewhat. A lot of teams have actually made it fairly central fairly early there. Of course, there's a lot of space here on Miramar. Big right on the south end of that strain of players around Los Leones, around La Bandita. At the moment, Destiny have made their way into Minas Generalis. Impala occupied as always by Eastern Stars. No one really going for these head-on fights. No head-on collisions as of yet.
The kind of circle, as well as the plane path, where teams who are closer to the center of the circle will go there, and the teams who are further away from the edge of the circle will wait a little bit longer until the end of phase 1, the start of phase 2. So that's where we're seeing this kind of difference between 4 to 5 to 6 teams in the very center and the 4 to 5 to 7 teams on the very edges of the circle. Vodafone Giants are starting to make their way in, while Big, they're looking to take advantage of that initial lock, but me going in a little bit deep on his own.
I thought he spent way too much time in the air there for my liking. God, 2 of the Nexus players at the back of the compound might have been able to spot him and just take it down. There's nothing you can do if you're in that scenario. You jump out, you're downed. You don't, you're getting shot, but they don't look the right way at the right time, and the rest of Big storm onto the building. Mihi leads the charge inside, gets the spray down the corridor, and actually finds a lot of damage. The drop shot from Ban, not quite good enough there. Timez in through the window, and with low ammo, well, not going to be too much to worry about with the M249, but the UMP seems to be winning out the day. Low HP for Beast, sure, as Mihi goes down as well. Do managed to get the flush to boot, so 3 versus 3 now in this compound. The drop from Rana wants to push in, damage found, and Rana goes down. Do looks to try and get some retribution, but the flushes are thick and fast for both of these squads. A beautiful double nade, and the tides turn. Creator moves in from the sideline after bombarding the backlines of Big. Times now last standing, and in flood the 2 players from Nexus looking to stay alive in this tournament and qualify for the next phase. Big eliminated again.
Oh my god. Big fight for Nexus. Very important fight for Nexus. I would arguably say quite an important fight for Big, because they're not exactly super safe heading towards the end of this day number 1 of League Week 3. And yes, they're not massively in the fight for the PMGC as an example, but as a team who've definitely been impressing us, and we're looking so good consistency-wise. That's a poor end to day 1 for them. But to me, what I did like about Team Big is that when they did send it to the edge of the compound by the wall, they didn't rely on that wall. So many teams, John, they will stick 2 to 3 players by the side of the wall, and you saw Dewey looking to flank around from the side of Nexus, and that's where he was hoping to capitalize on that. But because Big were at least proactive in entering that long building, they were able to get an initial knock and kill. And I was really worried about Creator not joining up with his teammate, but there's purpose behind him hanging around there as he cooked up a nade, and it was that golden double knock that sent it in the direction of Nexus.
I mean, there's always the question of if you had been there, would you have lost 2 of your teammates, right? So that's the sort of trade-off that you maybe have. But either way, they take down Big, and Big, just to remind everyone, is the top scoring team in the Super Weekends across both of the Super Weekends so far. They are sat on 315 points on 30 games played in the Super Weekends. Right now, off 4 games, because that's the end of their game, I think they got 2 kills there, right? They got 2 points total. They have 6 points right now. They have 6 points today, which is, I mean, it's kind of crazy. It's the Conqueror curse, right? I mean, we saw the same thing happen last time around with Conqueror being sat at the top and then not qualifying for the second Super Weekend.
That's what Mihi gets for trying to 1v1 me before the start of game 1. That's, you know, just put it out there. He may have won the battle, but I clearly won the war because I rattled his cages and the rest of the big team. Obviously, I'm
so it's your fault,
with that,
and all the big fans should send their
pretty much
complaints to you.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. And I'm okay with that. I'll accept it. I'll take responsibility, you know. If you can't handle the heat, you know, stay out of the kitchen, as the saying goes.
Do you speak German?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what if they send their complaints to you in German?
I could use Google Translate.
It's true. That is a thing. I've heard about it.
Where there's a will, there's a way, John.
Sure. We're going to be taking a look at Destiny right now. Pretty close to Xtreme Slayers. Bardo finds out all about how close Beg for Mercy is. And the ridgeline still held down by Destiny. Nades over the top as well. Pappy looks for the res. Beg for Mercy maybe not looking to give it, but the nades come through from Muzi. The backline from Hole's not really there to push over the top just yet. Maybe they'll want to regroup. A fairly central position as well.
Going from one important fight to another, because Destiny's currently lying in 16th spot with a total of 6 points. So them making the wrong move, the wrong decision could be the reason why they, once again, don't qualify for a Super Weekend. And whether they do, you made a good point about Hole's not really being there to provide that massive support for the rest of the team, so that's why they back off a little bit. But let's make no mistake about it, Xtreme Slayers' position overall is a little bit more exposed compared to Destiny. They have a lot more covering from third, fourth parties. Right now, they're able to focus on Xtreme Slayers, but you can see Xtreme Slayers are looking to reposition to get into a much safer position for the next couple of circles.
Yeah, much more central. I mean, the idea behind the Xtreme Slayers' position was that if Destiny tried to push up to get flushes to fight for those knocks, that was where Holes' position was very strong, with that oversight over those ridge lines from the top of that hill. And Destiny realized that, much to their credit, right? They fell back to their buildings. They play for the safe spot because they know they're solid here. They know they need points, and taking those fights is not worth it in the long run. Rolkis gets the pop onto Super Young rosters. On the south side, Unicorns of Love, still going with 4.
LMV, by the way, in these first couple of circles, have committed a lot more to the center than I kind of expected. They're not really an edges circle team naturally, but as the next phase does shift up, it goes towards the northeast. It is in their direction, but they are going to have to fend off the likes of Eastern Stars. An initial knock has been laid down onto Hidan. It has been turned around with a revive by Sands. Let's see if they can sensationally do something in this area and suppress Eastern Stars even just a little bit, because that suppression on this kind of phase 3 will be so important for them surviving in phase 4, phase 5.
Eastern Stars with some good hillsides south of the road. Exquisite Décode UK, actually one of the few teams that has a good spread on the northern side of this circle. You've got Deus Sirens there, and TSC are very grouped up over on their side of the road in their position. So at the moment, Exquisite Décode UK probably the safest team in this next circle. It's all the question of where it shifts after that. Nexus getting peppered there as they try and spread out and look for clues, but unfortunately, the magnifying glass took them a little bit too close.
All they got was a Scooby snack in the form of a kill at the hands of LMV. Couldn't ask for an easier kill in that sense. Dewey now the last player up. Eastern Stars, as I said, have been pushed a little bit away by LMV. Now they have to turn their attentions on towards TSC. And despite them being in the center of the circle, that spread from Eastern Stars is extremely confident. I don't quite agree with it, because they might get picked off by the likes of TSC or Destiny, but we'll have to wait and see. You mentioned Deus Sirens. They are continuing to be in a very good position towards the northwestern edge of the circle around the junkyard area, as well as Exquisite Décode just to the east of them.
Yeah, they took out a player from Champions Club as well. Angelito went down to Deus Sirens. And to be fair, they're being a lot more proactive in this circle than I think we've seen from some of their other Miramar performances. I mean, they sometimes lagged behind a little bit, obviously dropping in La Cooperaria on the northern side of this map. It makes this circle particularly a lot more simple because you can rotate across the top there. But they have been proactive here, and you can see they're taking that proactive split around the Junkyard Hills.
And look at Unicorn's Love, recognizing that they are still coming into the circles fairly late, so they do have to be sensible and call it intuition, call it understanding of the circle shifts. Far less teams are towards that coastal line now. They're more in the center, so they have so much space coming in from the eastern side of the map, away from the coastal line. So well played from them as Dewey of Nexus does what he can to slow down the players from SKP.
Both of these two teams, SKP team and Nexus, at risk right now in the Super Weekends, but both of them have had a fairly solid day one, Imperium. Both of them have had good shouts into it, getting, I think it's sort of 24, 25 points apiece. So even going down here, not the end of the world. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's not going to play well for you. Does get a knock on the way down though, so fair enough. But SKP team, in a 4 versus 1, win it out. Who'd have thought?
I know, right? Miracles do happen, John. Miracles do happen. But you're dead right about both of these teams, and the foundations from this first day is there from both teams, but they still will have to continue on. And I'm going to have a couple of doubts coming into tomorrow because stress levels are going to be high, not just for those teams, but so many others around them. The circle, once again, centers up around LMV/Eastern Stars. Destiny now more on the western cusp, and this is where Xtreme Slayers need to start making a move. But Vodafone Giants, they want to get a little bit involved as well.
Yeah, they're playing on the south side of this hillside. They've got the ridgeline, and actually can be a really difficult obstacle for Xtreme Slayers to push up to this building. As soon as they start making a baseline of fire towards the Destiny compound, that's when Vodafone Giants could sideswipe. Not only that, you got Game Lord, you got SKP behind you. Taking this fight might not be the wisest thing, and I think they've realized that. Xtreme Slayers move out again. SKP, though, they're taking their own fight with Game Lord, and they managed to find 2 knocks already. Victor on the backline, completely exposed there behind the hay bales. They're out in the blue zone, or they will be certainly very, very soon. Last player standing now for Game Lord is Victor out in that shack. SKP, though, they have their own dangers to be worried about. Hamoud already down. Rasho goes up in flames. Hamodi sails across the open ground and tries to find some safety. Reloads maybe just keeping him alive for now, and actually manages to find a little bit of an opening, but a teammate not so lucky maybe. Open and wide, but it's not going to happen. Hamodi manages to get past.
Absolute madness. Game Lord, I don't know why they were so heavily separated across this area. SKP, it's like they wanted to disengage without really cleaning up the fight, and really Xtreme Slayers were the most intelligent team in that scuffle. As you said, they decided they couldn't really push in, but now that they've taken out a couple of players and teams behind them, they're finding the confidence to push on to Vodafone Giants.
That's the confidence that they found. Brilliant stuff. Victor tries to play spoiler there, but 2 players down already on the Vodafone Giants side, and more soon to come if Ulysses doesn't beat a hasty retreat there. Vodafone Giants, they are down to 1. They actually lost 3 already. And Xtreme Slayers, they're surrounding Destiny. They could potentially even leapfrog, but Beg for Mercy has other ideas, managing to actually get a knock on the front runner there, Pappy, for Xtreme Slayers, slowing their progression around the hill. Mazzaro traded out, so both teams have to figure it out, have to maybe slow down just a little bit. Ulysses wants to get out of there, does not want to stay too long.
4 Romanian Boys could be there to
Northeastern.
third party. That Exquisite Décode are eliminated. Nade being cooked up by Bardot. Pappy's knocked in return, but he should be able to revive. Once again, another knock by Hell. Such an important nade.
Goodness me, yeah, you're right. The Exquisite Décode UK eliminated by Unicorns of Love after an eastern side rotation there. Talked about how strong the position for Exquisite Décode UK might be, but Unicorns of Love were able to take control of it. 4 players alive for them. Xtreme Slayers keep wanting to go for this one. Pappy back up and rezzed. Now this position's being found. Aegon taken down, a pretty pivotal position to control the side of that building. You could see a reposition coming through as well from TSC to get the angle that was now being exposed. You can't really go out for this flush. Beg for Mercy holding down behind the building, but a nice fast push comes through. Beg for Mercy falls, and now there's 2 players dead in no man's land for Destiny. That's the flushes as you push up to the ridge. Xtreme Slayers making every single bit of terrain count as they move up to Destiny's position. Deus Sirens off in the distance, nowhere to be seen. Don't want a third party this one. TSC holds the door frame as the Xtreme Slayers try and rush on through, looks for damage but can't find it, and Destiny taken down. Mazzara takes a tumble further into Eastern Stars.
The biggest criticism I've had for Xtreme Slayers throughout this PMPL is their unwillingness to be proactive and aggressive and playing more for a position. They're good at controlling compounds, but when you get to the late stage of the game, they haven't really been, you know, putting the control of the result in their hands, whereas this play, those last 4 to 5 minutes, is a totally different Xtreme Slayers that I've seen so far in this PMPL. Perfectly disengaged, perfectly turned around on the teams in the backline, and when they knew they could focus on both Giants and Destiny, they didn't miss a beat. Absolutely spot on.
Well, not from down the way, though. It's Ulysses coming back to bite. Okay, Vodafone Giants. You thought they were done. Well, not quite yet. Pappy taking some damage as well. Hops out the buggy. Not going to be able to get the flush there, and now the blue zone envelops. Ulysses pinned in a shack. Needs something big here. Zone 5 coming through as well. A lot of damage. Spray down across the way. Pappy not quite able to connect it. And he is going to be able to skirt around. 4 Romanian Boys now locked in the fight. They push over the top. Redox low, but the teammates are getting flushed. Now it's just going down to Pappy. Ulysses, I feel like he started this domino effect of Xtreme Slayers after having some really solid plays, just going down to 1.
It's like he just started the craziness and then he just tried to drive away, but in the end he got taken out as a lovely nade from Pappy. Does get a knock on the Sarah. I said that four Romanian Boys might be able to third party onto Ulysses earlier on. They didn't. They waited it out, and now Xtreme Slayers has to be their next challenge. But Pappy comes in, clutches up, keeps himself alive. 9 kills for Xtreme Slayers. Absolutely unbelievable. I don't know how 4 Romanian Boys let that get away from them.
Oh, call him Freddie Mercury, because that is one hell of a front man to be able to play like that. For Xtreme Slayers, Alush goes down in the meantime. LMV trying to control the south side and doing actually a pretty good job of it right now. Talon has been knocked across the hill from Faker, but Unicorns of Love look at a crunch in behind. GK first does go down, but 4 players are alive for the Unicorns of Love as well. Talon is now up to bat against the Unicorns of Love, and the res still not there. The ridgeline being controlled as the player in the middle went down. Super Young roster eliminated.
Out of the 4 teams that are left in this, 5 teams that are left in this game, 2 of the teams have won a chicken dinner already today. TSC Legends and Unicorns of Love. Right now, Unicorns of Love have LMV in a massive pinch. LMV, the roster used to be part of the Unicorns of Love organization back in 2020, so the history is there. It would be nothing short of a smile on their faces to wipe out this Unicorns of Love roster in this game. But it's going to be easier said than done. The height advantage, the positional advantage is in the control of Unicorns of Love.
That's true, but you have to remember that the time that Unicorns of Love spend dealing with this means time they aren't spending taking control of the circle ahead of them. And they had the best spots, certainly, but Eastern Stars have now managed to get a little foothold. TSC might look to cross the road that they're stuck behind right now. So the longer LMV fight Unicorns of Love here, the less strong Unicorns become.
This is where Unicorns of Love are still being proactive, but Kapahala, the Warlord, GK, when they peek up and take shots, he can't stay there for too long.
Not too long. Eastern Stars trying to control this crossing now as well, as TSC taking a lot of hurt. Deus Sirens as well. Shots come through every which way on the northern side. A knock went over onto Lin in the meantime on the south side, and actually a flush coming through as well. A nice pick up there, and LMV might be able to move on over this hillside, but you have to wonder, Unicorns of Love, can you control this? Can you slow this down? The zone is going to push LMV towards your direction, and you're going to have to deal with this now.
They got the kill on the Lin, so that's something that they're able to play with. GK did get revived up, but now Unicorns of Love realize they need to be big time proactive. They have gotten LMV into a tiny pinch on the corner of this circle, but it's now or never. It's do or die. They realize they're losing control and the push is coming in.
Over the top, the nade, but GK first goes down. Fresh, look at a cook up another. Looks to put the hurt onto LMV. A lot of damage has been done to them already. Luff goes down. Hidan is low as well. Royal Kiss able to deal with it, and the duo from Unicorns of Love keep them alive. GK first may be resable here. He should be. They're right on the edge of the circle and should be able to get on in, and they need to careen towards the ridges in front of them if they want control in this next circle. But Kapahala has been proactive this whole time, and Eastern Stars not missing a beat.
Great effort from LMV. They knew they had to just go for it. They created the opportunity by evening the score with the kill onto lane. There's nothing really much more they could do about it. In the end, in the moment, Unicorns of Love came out on top. But now look at that flat ridge that Unicorns of Love have in front of them. They need to try and find a way through that. They have one vehicle to play with, and unless Eastern Stars gets third-partied, I can't see them letting Unicorns of Love get away with that position into the circle.
Yeah, Eastern Stars have full control right now. It is their game to lose. And there goes the push coming in from the off angle. Eastern Stars having a player from Unicorns of Love. It's Rollkiss being able to actually get up there on a nice wide flank around the side, playing dangerous around the roadside, but it's the position that gives you the most cover. GK first again, just knocked out. Beautiful spray there coming through across the way, and actually LMV taking heavy punishment there on the back foot. They will, oh, that's just the kill feed catching up. They've already gone down. Unicorns of Love, they're still penned in, but Deus Sirens went down in the meantime. Tam, last player for TSC, and they're staying alive here.
UK first needs to turn himself into a turtle. He can't keep ducking his head up and getting knocked like that.
Rollkiss down in the smoke, low, getting the heals off. First aid kit being popped here. Tam maybe look at a third party, but Fresh has an idea that they're there now. Last two teams remaining. Eastern Stars took control of the circle from Unicorns of Love, but can they get it back? 3 players are alive here, and the Eastern Stars look at a heal up, back to fighting form.
I said I'd like to see Unicorns of Love get back-to-back chicken dinners. I've recognized their strengths and how they've been able to turn this thing around, but Rollkiss gets knocked.
Bazzi in the perfect position to capitalize on Rollkiss there. Now GK first up for the spray, but Kapahala on point as always. Low, sure, but not quite getting the knock. GK first has to be out of the fight for a while, but Fresh is fighting and will not go down without one. Bazzi able to finally push through. Fresh, but with the blue at his back, under pressure here. Unicorns of Love, last chance here, and Fresh will fall. Eastern Stars take control and get themselves a chicken dinner in round 4.
Nothing really much Unicorns of Love could do at the end. They tried to find a way in. Roka sending it in on the dip when there's still 3 to 4 teams left up, doing everything to carve any kind of entry point into a controlling position. But in the end, Eastern Stars, Forte Formose finished from them, even picking up the MK14, saying, hey, why not? For the fun of it, let's go full auto on that bad boy of a gun and just spray down 1, spray down 2, and in the end, they finished off Fresh for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff. And I think it all tracks back to the fight with LMV. It went a little bit stale for the Unicorns of Love. It felt like they should have had that game, right? It felt like they had control of the circle of the south side. Eastern Stars were sort of penned in just a little bit with the fights that they were taking across the road, but as soon as that breathing room was available to them, they were able to take it. And I mean, all credit to them for realizing that and for capitalizing on that as well. It takes a real champion team to be able to do something like that. And you know, it might not look super flashy, but it's calls like that that win you tournaments and that win you a whole lot of money.
And that's why I do want to give Unicorns of Love the benefit of the doubt in this situation, because you are right about that fight with LMV and the slowdown that really hurt them in that very late stage of the game. But for a team who have struggled in the early games, but when they've gotten there, they've definitely been able to close out games like you saw in the previous game. To have it the other way around shows that they are easily working on their weaknesses, right? That they know where they need to hone in their gameplay as a team, and it's not always going to work out the way you want it to be, but I really appreciate and see the effort the Unicorns Love team are showing throughout these games, and it's helping to put on a hell of a show.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great stuff. I mean, there's a reason that Eastern Stars have the most chicken dinners, right? In those Super Weekend, tables, they have time and time again proved that they have those rotations up their sleeve and are able to pull them out when it matters and play to the best of their ability. And it's great to see them fighting fit here in the first day of the last week of league play. There are a couple of teams though that haven't done super well today. One of them, I mean, was just on your screen, Big. I mean, they go down with 6 points on the day. Destiny as well go down with 7 points on today. This is really bad news, especially for Destiny. For Big, not so much. They've got 315 points. They're pretty much guaranteed to be qualifying for the finals. But 6 points on today, really far from ideal, but it's worse for Destiny, right? They have only one Super Weekend under their belt. They have 110 points, and with 3 teams behind them, Deus Sirens, Nexus Gaming, Vodafone Giants, 97, 96, 81, that is a gap that closes faster than you would like right now. And Vodafone Giants, you know, they're on 13 points today. Sure, not great, but it's still playable. Nexus Gaming, they did pretty well today. They got 29 points. And then the Deus Sirens, again, a little bit further down on 13 points. So it's really, can Destiny get in ahead of Deus Sirens and Vodafone Giants for me?
There's absolutely no doubt they're able to do so. But with regards to Destiny, I think we are seeing a product of, and I hate to say it, but Agon's limitations as an IGL back when he was with the Unicorns of Love roster. Not that they did bad at all, but it felt like they let the stress get to them. The weight of the moment hurt them, and how hard it can be when him and Beg for Mercy was on that roster. And I think it's the same here. Destiny didn't qualify for the previous Super Weekend. They choked in that regard. They know they need to qualify for the 3rd Super Weekend, and that weight, that pressure, it's hitting them, and whatever is stopping not only Agon but the whole team from getting past that, they have less than 24 hours to sort that out.
Well, then what's Big's excuse? I mean, they're not under pressure to qualify for this next Super Weekend. They just really didn't do very well today, which is unfortunate. I mean, we expect more from them. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. The best excuse. It was the Irishman's fault. We'll blame him. But we're going to be going to a short break. When we come back, it will be the analyst desk for the final game.
Looks like the Stars have come out finally. Eastern Stars do show up here and take a chicken dinner in the 4th round of the day. Points they desperately needed. Also, it's looking like they might not qualify for our final Super Weekend. Still Jason Cap and still Kalar, still Maximus. We're going to break this one down. But honestly, this was a bloodbath. Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars just taking heads.
Yeah, not the easiest game for teams that tried to rotate in a little bit too late, and of course teams that had strong positions from the get-go. There were Unicorns of Love trying to clear away the East, and Eastern Stars were relatively central, ended off closed in that game really, really well. But Eastern Stars, as it was said already, right, they needed to get a really strong finish potentially today to make sure they go into tomorrow very comfortable, because they were 12 points before this game. They just got themselves, they doubled what they had at the start of this game in one game alone. So Eastern Stars is going to look a lot more comfortable in the next games to come, because they needed this. they needed a dub.
Yeah, 200% extra on top of what they've already had is fantastic for Eastern Stars. I mean, the thing is as well, is that you really have that clash going down of the teams that we believe should and are Titans at this point. Unicorns of Love with 25 points. Over on that Eastern side, they were sweeping, and this is what we wanted from Unicorns of Love. All tournament long, we saw some of that for that Super Weekend, and now we're seeing it here as well. This team's back on the road again, Jason, and it's really nice to see how well they're able to do.
Quite delicious, if you ask me. Something that's not delicious, though. Deus Sirens seeming to be playing a little bit scared. Again, just bringing them up because of the 8 placement points and the 1 kill point. But the thing is, like they're what 16th place overall when it comes to Super Weekend points. They have to qualify again if they want to make finals. Like it's just that's it. They can qualify.
What they had to do is they had to get rid of TSC Legends, but unfortunately a little bit hesitant and maybe a little bit scared. Of course, I think it's a mix of different feelings, and losing players as time goes on makes it a little bit harder for that decision to actually come to fruition. So definitely something to be worked upon. But man, Big and Destiny's just... they fell off the surface of the earth today. I don't know what's happening, especially for Big. Like Destiny, we know week 2 Super Weekend, they didn't make it, but Big, especially after the last game of second Super Weekend, 3 wins in a day. I would expect way better from them in this league play, but yeah, they're struggling a decent bit, and Destiny, if they don't make it, finals pretty much out the window instantly, so that they need to have a resurgence in the games to come.
It looks like the fire's been lit under the teams that were kind of middling in that first week, right? You're thinking like TSC Legends, I mean, even Unicorns of Love technically was there. Ooh, fresh. Looking dandy up towards the top with the 1,000 damage coming in.
That was a kill.
That would be a game, wouldn't it? Bloody hell. But no, the middling teams in week 1 have seemed to have a fire lit under them, whereas some of the teams that were just kind of doing well to begin with are really coasting in the start of this week, which is not boding well for them, Jason.
Yeah, I didn't catch it, by the way, last round, so round 3. But I think this was Bazzi's first game back, actually, right? Because we had Eastern Stars playing with 3 players at the beginning, then they had to field another player until he came back, and he comes back into his first round and puts up 571 damage, 5 kills. I mean, we see the impact he has within the team, and normally he's not even a star on the team. That's not normally the player we talk about as doing the most damage. Usually Kapahala, you got Athos, you got Octavian, but really well done here.
Yeah, I mean, we especially saw that in the league play, typically Eastern Stars is a team that likes to use their subs. They like to try and get them a little bit heated up to the lobby, but I would say Bazzi's been really coming in its own when it comes to the week 2 Super Weekend, and he had some good plays versus LMV at some point, versus Excuse Me, so I think that Bazzi's been steadily and surely improving as time goes on for this event, so it's always good to see. But man, we're getting closer to the 3,000 damage margin. Not hit just yet, but Unicorns of Love, as you said, right, sweeping all of the eastern side of the circle, getting rid of all the teams. LMV was a big threat. They got rid of that threat, and then they would just had to focus towards the last team that was Eastern Stars. But yeah, Unicorns on Miramar, looking like they're slowly and surely getting back in their prime.
And that's the cool thing about seeing actually not only Unicorns of Love doing so well on the east side, but actually just specifically Fresh. Like today, when you've looked at like who's been like standout performance wise, it has been your Zesh's, it's been Tam Tam, and then Fresh was kind of 3rd place. But then now he's battling back and probably has taken that 1st place right now. So it's very heated there, not only in the points to qualify him for the Super Weekend, but also who's having that #1 spot today.
I will say this, Blink did predict Fresh before he actually popped off in this last round, so I got to give him credit with his prediction game being very strong, at least at the moment. Let's dive though into Eastern Stars player stats. We're talking about Bazzi, and I mentioned before about how normally he's not the player we touch on when it comes to who's standing out within the team. It's Kapahala, it's Athos, it's Octavian, but so far in the last round you can see everyone really just putting in work.
Yeah, I mean, Fury, once again, that's another player, the sub that has not been used a lot in the Super Weekend itself. Normally, you'll see that the main roster of Eastern Stars being used in the Super Weekend itself. But yeah, it's good. Fury getting himself 500 damage also, quite a few kills to wrap it up. But Bazzi especially was the one to try and set up. He was the one really being aggressive with most of the teams around them, trying to make sure they could defend a central position in the circle. That teams, especially such as Deus Sirens and TSC Legends, could not cross the northern side of the road. Otherwise, they would be a very big threat when it comes to the late game. So yeah, it's good to see there's not always Octavian, Kapahala pulling the strings in the background. Bazzi's actually pulling a lot of weight in those games.
Okay, well, what about Unicorns of Love? We saw Fresh over 1,000 damage done. GK first put up some decent damage as well, as we saw him in the last round, but where did their players rank? And actually, so GK first, about 800 damage. Rokus about 500 as well. So Lin, you know, I think we had a little discussion about Lin, actually, while we were watching the match with Blink, and we do have some confusion in terms of like his role within the team, or at least how he plays his role within the team. Is that right?
So Blank's assessment is that he's kind of being a bit like gun-ho, a little bit too far away, and kind of sometimes scouting, but then sometimes getting killed off. I can't do Blank's words entire justice because I can't remember them completely.
He's northern,
but
Yeah.
yeah, sometimes I'm from the north too, but even the accent's a bit weird. I don't know. Anyway, I have slightly conflicting opinions with that. Sometimes I do think whilst Lin is having to go forward, sometimes he's the guy that actually is holding some teams away whilst the other teams are trying to make moves. But there are moments where Blank's assessment is occurring as well. So Lin's kind of in this weird middle ground right now. But it's I need to see more games to fully figure out my thoughts on it.
I think that Lin in general is trying to be more of that backbone support for the team, which, don't get me wrong, he's doing a good job from time to time, but it's to such an extent where sometimes he's just so far out of position to try and allow his team to get in a good spot in the first place. If he just gets a little bit closer and they just try and regroup, I think Lin, especially, and Blank said it earlier in the green room, right, how in the fights, Lin does surprisingly well with a roster that's normally purely made out of fraggers, right? So I think that Lin, if he could just try and play with the team a little bit more and not be that split away from them, there's a chance that he could actually get a lot more kills in these games.
Well, at least for Unicorns of Love, as we do talk about them, we were talking about how like just getting reps in, right? Just getting rounds in over and over again, really hammer things home, really work on that communication. I feel like we have seen Unicorns of Love just getting better and better as the entire tournament has gone on, and it's not even done just yet. We still have another round today, as you just saw. We have Group B plans, so Unicorns of Love will be there, but Destiny going to be out Nexus big, Eastern Stars, at least Eastern Stars ending things out on a high note. But as we go into Erangel, I haven't done predictions with you guys so far today. Ooh. And we're not going to do them now. Let's bring our comment. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to do them. We're going to do them. Predictions really quickly here, Max and Coloris.
I'm actually really happy to see Zesh doing so well today. I would like to see that potentially transition into a win, so I'm going to go with Team Doom on the last game.
I also want to see Team Doom do well here as well, just to kind of challenge for the MVP, but I won't pick them for the win. I guess, yeah, no, screw it. Yeah, we will. We'll be on the same page for once, Max.
I feel like this is a paradox, like, because Coloris is always right, Max is always wrong. I don't know what's going to happen, but at least we have two casters to bring us the action and hopefully show us what's going to happen as we bring in John and Blank here for our final round of the day. It is our penultimate day here of the league stage until we get into our final super weekend. And John and Blank, what's your assessment of this Team Doom pick and how it's going to affect the world?
Well, actually, so we have prior on this one, right? They happened in an MVP prediction between these two analysts, and they actually did choose the same player. I can't remember the specific player they chose, but they did choose the same player, and it actually turned out to be the player that was predicted by both of them, which, as we inferred at the time, meant that James's blessings are stronger than Max's curses, which means that in this instance, Team Doom are currently blessed, right? They have a blessed state, but that doesn't take into account possible changes between the two weights. What could prove to be difficult in terms of the continued existence of the world and to assuage things like black holes, things like reality-ending events, you know, a Thanos snap, that sort of thing, is going to be if those two prediction strengths are now one and the same in terms of power. So, you know, it's a movable force, unstoppable object, the other way around, maybe. I don't even know. I've lost the words.
I've lost all my words.
Well, yeah. Interesting. That's gone over my head, John. I'm not gonna lie.
That's right.
I tried to keep up, but you were running fast. You're running fast like a sprinter. In his prime, you've just reached the Olympics for the first time as well. Yeah, so great stuff, John. I'm not going to try to even break down anything that you said, other than, you know, the prediction is strong for Team Doom. That's about as far as I got.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Entire argument. Yeah, that's the bottom line, and I think that's fine as long as I can pull out the digestible and important information. That is okay. Again, we're getting one of these Southern Plane Pass once again. It's happened quite frequently during this entire tournament, so teams are very used to this type of deal. But we are going past Sosnovka military base up towards hospital, so at least this time Unicorns of Love don't have to scramble their way up the Georgia Pole. They should be fine down towards there. You can see there on our right side of the screen, our top fraggers, Tam in third, Fresh up there in first place with 13 kills. We get it very, very quickly. You don't have to see it for very long. Again, Fresh, 2,100 damage again. So if this guy wants to hold on to this, you know, he would have to be continuing to perform really, really, really well.
I mean,
really, really well.
They are doing really, really well at the moment. So as you say, continued performance on the cards. Deus Sirens and SKP, a little bit of a hot drop in Novo, and actually we've got a military hot drop as well. Xtreme Slayers and Excuse Me, all the X's down on the South Island there. So Snovka Island is going to be a hot spot, as you might expect from a plane path like this. I mean, at least 30% of it actually goes over the island, so... Ooh. All right. Yeah, I'm fine.
What can you throw?
Yeah, something like that. I sorted it out. That's an interesting circle for this.
Punched it out of there.
Yeah, I fought it out with prediction analysis.
The strong Adam's apple.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting circle, like you say. It's not often we see these plane paths where everyone's dropping out and then no one's in that first circle when it pops. But yeah, heads all up to the northeast side, so we're most likely going to see Unicorns of Love going to be dropping over towards shooting range, past Severny, up to Stalba, perhaps down to Yasnaya. Definitely, I wouldn't expect for them to rotate through Gatka, you know, with that top side being so free. You know, Big's not in this map either, so we shouldn't have a case of them dropping up towards the top side. So, you know, this path is very, very free here for Unicorns of Love. Mickey's not going to be causing them many issues either, as he likes to, you know, push out towards shooting range. A lot of hot drops, like you said, though, John. Many people going down nice and early here.
I mean, this is caused by the plane path, right? Everybody's going for those vehicles on that main island, which means a lot of people dropping, you know, out east of Pachinki near that farm split. So everyone's contesting for those vehicles. Some of them are going to die, and you can see now 4 teams have lost a player already. One of them being Deus Sirens in the hot drop with SKP, and one of them being, I believe it's Excuse Me, in this fight with Xtreme Slayers. Xtreme Slayers as well, hot off a good performance, so they should be feeling themselves in these firefights.
Yeah, they should be. I think for Xtreme Slayers, you know, Holes has performed pretty well today. I think for Excuse Me, their day's been a little bit weak in terms of, you know, losing some players, not making the best of moves. Again, nothing like a case of, oh, this has been awful. You know, nothing like that. They've had a fairly decent day, but Excuse Me not feeling as solid as we'd like them to be.
Xtreme Slayers. Putting the fear of God into Excuse Me, and you do just want it to split away. Teams now have had a little bit of a chance to re-figure out where they want to go. Exquisite Décode UK actually did go all the way up to Severny there, blank. And everybody else seems to be going to fairly normal drop spots.
Game loading Yasnaya to be expected. Like I say, Exquisite Décode UK picking up Severny, knowing that Big's not in the game. It's decent here. SKP trying to fend off against their Sirens the minute. Luna will go down as Hamodi just swings in there. Ferrari peeked him.
Yeah, fair play, fair play. Sometimes it just works like that. Sakura, I feel like they know that Sakura's got to be near this area. I don't know if they saw her running this way earlier on, but SKP, I mean, they take a Novo. Like, this could, I mean, it could feasibly just be their drop spot if they want to challenge Deus every time. If they're going to be able to, you know, 4 for 0 on these trades. And Deus Sirens might have to figure out where they want to go again, but maybe not too many games left for them if they keep going down this early.
Yeah, they just swarmed in. Again, this is an interesting one with SKP. You know, like we said before, they're not a team that endangers many people. But Deus Sirens currently on 13 points, SKP on 23. There is a very feasible opportunity here that SKP keeps dropping on Novo, keeps wiping Deus Sirens at the beginning of the game, and suddenly, you know, SKP, they drop into the Super Weekend. Deus Sirens go out, and there's a little bit more room towards the bottom of that leaderboard.
Look, there's a couple of the replays here coming through for this fight. Yatsum just goes down. Obviously, Yavla took a hit somewhere along the line, and we saw what happened to Luna there. How do you feel about this boat skin? I quite like it. The rubber duck with the big propeller on the back.
Rubber ducky.
Yeah,
I do like the rubber ducky boat. Is probably one of the best boats in the game.
I like the propeller on the back. I think that's my favorite thing.
Yeah, I actually had one of the toys like this for actual bathing time before I became so long and gangly that I could no longer get in the bath.
He doesn't wash himself anymore.
Yeah, it was an exciting time.
It's.
I don't know.
No. He hasn't washed.
Showers do not exist.
He hasn't washed since he was 6.
Goodness. Yeah, no, 6 years old, 6 foot already. That's a terrible time. I grew a foot every year.
Yeah, it was.
I now
an interesting
have
childhood.
5 feet all over my body.
Oh, I get it. That was funny. I enjoyed that. ChasMac Gaming, they got a little bit of enjoyment out of that. A little bit of maybe revenge there. Not too sure who took down one of their players earlier, but they did lose one. Now Conqueror over the way. They didn't lose a player. Hang on a minute. Who was it you got? Ah, TSC. We're losing a player for that one. Looks like they might lose one more as Clink moving up onto Yaya's position behind a tree. I mean, you're dying here, Yaya. There's no two ways about it.
You're dead.
That's it. You're dead, son.
Yeah, but unfortunate. Nice bit of teamwork there coming through from Vito, though. I like that. Knocked his player back on his feet, or at least back on his wheels in this case. I think that, yes, this is not so bad. The circle's starting to get crowded. Yeah, I think down towards Shelter, a lot of teams don't really want to head down here. Vodafone Giants certainly learnt their lesson a few times heading towards Shelter, getting trapped in by ChasMac Gaming. Vodafone Giants, on the other hand, currently sat pretty low, I believe, yeah, with 13 points. Not been the best of days. So I think that here on this Erangel, it really is up to them to have a good performance, because if they can get at least a few points, garner something in this first day of league play, you know, it takes that pressure off on the second day. You do not want to be playing catch-up on your last 4 games. It's so rough. And not only that, there's that mental advantage of going to that second day, knowing you don't have to do a huge amount to get into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, what they're looking for is probably somewhere in the region of a 15-point game, which isn't easy, right? It is not easy, it has to be said. In these scenarios, to be able to pull that out to get more points in one game that you have all day, but that would see them towards the top of like high 20s, and that is probably a fairly safe place to end the first day. It's not out of the question that you won't get through if you end your position there, but it is still sort of half the legwork done towards that sort of 45-point cutoff that generally gets seen in these Super Weekend formats.
Yeah, exactly. I think 28 points would be a decent one to see you into that top 16 with a few more points on the day afterwards. Like I said, though, it's not easy. It's not as simple as just get 15 points. But 15 points is purely what you get for a chicken dinner. So, you know, running it down with a top 6, you need a fair few kills to make that one happen. Team Doom currently holding on a pretty damn good compound, actually. Heaven at the moment, so they have a fair bit of high ground around them that they can scout from on the building on top of it. So beautiful position for Team Doom to continue the rest of their match. You know, the guys on the desk keep praising them. You know, we keep praising them as well. You know, Zesh has been doing fantastic stuff as well, and that in of itself is a great thing, John, because if Zesh is taking some pressure off Zero, then those two can start to work together to create a more coherent team.
And it rhymes with fresh, so you know. Yeah. There's that. Unicorns of Love, at the moment, speaking of fresh, are on the northwestern edge, and they've actually moved fairly proactively. Unlike quite a lot of, I say proactively, they are not in the blue right now. Unlike quite a few teams right now on the south side. LMV, they took a long time to leave Primorsk. Xtreme Slayers finally leaving that military island after their fight with Excuse Me. SKP, still around Novo. Actually, it's Sakura who managed to get across. Went for a long swim, and she manages to get up near Milter Power. So they should be all right. LMV, they've spotted this rotation coming through from Extreme Slayers. They've let Bardo through. Maybe not let him through, but he did manage to get through. And LMV now taking punishment as Pappy wants some revenge. Don't really want to go down here. LMV, to be cut down to 3 players at this stage, really far from ideal. And with Hadan taking a knock, it looks like they want to regroup on it.
Yeah, I think for Hadan there, it's a little bit of a rough area to play, and Extreme Slayers aren't making it easy either. And that rock's not cooperating, so LMV is not having a happy time. I do like that from Bardo, though. Moves up and behind the guys from LMV, so they're kind of locked into this fight with Extreme Slayers. Click the padlock shut, and now this fight should continue for a little while longer. A lot of teams now making their way towards the eastern side of the map. Yasnaya, one of those big places of contention where, you know, you've got to keep an eye on it, because if the circle heads up towards the northwest, John, you want to be in a position where you're on those western houses where you have the opportunity to leave through the fields, you can watch over the fields, or you can get further into Yasnaya should you need to if the circle drops that way. So a lot of very important positions to keep an eye on.
And you can see there's the backstab coming through from Bardo. Able to take down Hidan on LMV, so they are down to 3. There's no two ways about it. In the meantime, the fields around Yasnaya are going to be crossed, going to be looked to be controlled as well. Super young roster right now with Faker, their outpost downed. The mission needs to be undertaken to get that one back, and I don't know how likely that is with Alicio waiting in the wings. Will careening up the hillside as well. They're going to be able to control it. Nicely found on the south side of Yasnaya Fields.
You got to respect Alicio for him being in that buggy there. He gets his wheel shot out and then starts, you know, kind of the equivalent of moonwalking backwards in the car. I think Alicio can make anything look good, it seems. He's an absolutely cracking player on the side of Exquisite Décode UK. But they take a few shots over towards Super Young roster. It's going to give them slightly more room on this eastern edge. And what better way to end a map, right? Like, you can't go to your general drop location the majority of the day in Lipovka because of the plane paths. So let's take the circle over that way. And hopefully the boys from Exquisite Décode UK can head home.
At the moment, Exquisite Décode UK on the northern side, you know, there's no one behind them, right? That's what you're talking about. Strong position. Super Young roster very near them. Unicorns of Love, they've crossed the river now, out to the west. They certainly have on two fronts, actually. Lin and Rolkiss striking out on both bridges near Rosok and Yasnaya, respectively. Vodafone Giants are going to be looking to hold them off on the western side right now. Vodafone Giants' position for a Yasnaya Fields finish is very, very, very strong. It's one of the few compounds around the area that has great, great cover. It's sort of cut off almost by this road that surrounds it, to the point where if Unicorns of Love take it from them and the circle goes that way, it's going to be very, very good for them on the west.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, one of those decisions where Unicorns of Love, they're waiting to make that call, right? And now that compound becomes extremely powerful. So Unicorns of Love, they can opt to go straight away and try and crash this compound and make something happen. Vodafone Giants will have to be aware that this is happening, though. Again, we've mentioned the Vodafone Giants, they need a big game. Currently, this position would indicate a big game, but first you need to fend off the Unicorns stampeding towards your location.
Not only that, the Romanian Boys on the south side as well. I don't think the Romanian Boys are going to want to push up there. They still have their own position that's doing quite good. Hang on a minute. Vodafone Giants, there was a little bit of a rundown there, I believe. Coming on through, Sebi. Oh, on all fronts. What are you going to do about it? There's the knock, and Sebi is going to die here for the Vodafone Giants, which is unfortunate, and that will leave them down at 2. Pocus and Nano holding in a compound that is basically guaranteed that the Unicorns are going to want to take.
Yeah, I mean, that compound is very, very strong. So I understand the idea of playing behind and making sure your western side is clear. But this ditch is a little bit of an odd area to play from. Like, it's not very defensible, especially as a single player. Realistically, if you're playing this location, you want several of your members to be here with you. Maybe just have the one towards the compound, watching out for players trying to come across the field, and then recall the rest of the team afterwards. But you are right, John. Now Unicorns of Love had opened things up massively. For Romanian Boys, on the other hand, down towards the south side, like, I would say they were a threat maybe 2 weeks ago, but now they're coming into this game, you know, they're right down towards the bottom of the leaderboard with just 6 points. They just don't look like that bloodthirsty hunter, and the teeth have been clipped from the mouth.
As strong as you'd like. Conqueror right now are in a central position, right in the middle of the circle, on the edge of the fields. They've got position, they've got oversight, and I feel like Conqueror right now have the best spot in the circle.
It's not a bad spot. No, I think it's slightly less of a powerful position because it's slightly open around that area. But you are right. It's a really good spot to play from going forward. Not necessarily a great spot to finish in, but to play from, yes, excellent spot at this point in the game in Zone 3. Unicorns will love their biding their time, and I don't think this is fair. You know, if they do need to make a impromptu rotation down towards the south side, that's cool. If we do get this field finish, heading over towards this compound is good, but they are initiating it right now.
Ooh, the nade over the top there from Nano, not quite catching it, and a couple of bullets caught himself. Nano goes down, a nice angle found from Fresh, but 2 versus 4. Unicorns of Love moving through. One knock is there, but over the top of the balcony might be too much to ask, and it is. Pocus falls. GK first flushes that one out. Smoke's dropped. They'll get the reses. Unicorns of Love, I mean, it was written, right? It was written before it happened, and Unicorns of Love able to take the compound away from the Vodafone Giants. But take a look at the circle.
Yeah, this is the only thing I was worried about, calling that fight a little bit early. I don't mind it so much because you clear out those players in front of you, but because the circle now moves, you know, 4 Romanian Boys got eyes on this location as a 4-man. Heading down towards, you know, that location, you could either razz it across the field, try and move south and dip in towards the south side. There's not many viable approaches right now for Unicorns Allure. I think one of the quickest and riskiest would just be getting a couple of vehicles and fly across those fields towards Game Lord's position.
Far from ideal, though, and if they haven't been scouting in those directions, then could be pretty treacherous. I think they might have taken your word for it, though. They are going to
like the other rotations are difficult, John. I think that's the thing, is that like if you head towards the north side and try and get in on the east, that's smart considering the playing path. But again, this is risky. I think it provides like the best result though in relation to most things. Victor does take down GK first, and this is the issue that they were always going to come into.
Yeah, there you go. Fresh and Raucous, both in the same vehicle here. Yeah, I mean, Game Lord, they just cut him down so early. Sakura actually managed to get into a position across the road. Game Lord will have to move, but now Unicorns Allure, I mean, they're down to 2, basically. I would be surprised if they went for these reses. Looks like they might be.
I mean, they're getting shot at by Game Lord. Their vehicles should explode shortly, so they have to post up. I mean, it depends how quickly Unicorns Allure can crawl, I guess, because if they can get over towards the top of Yasnaya, yeah, maybe there's a potential, but it's very doubtful. I think they're relying on the fact that the guys from Game Lord are going to have to move out to take down Unicorns Allure, and they're spending a lot of time outside the circle. Already they've sent 2 in. Yeah, they know they have to get out now and run. You know, there is a very small chance they pick up both these players. But Robs is still out there in the distance.
Well, this is the thing. Game Lord are going to have to move as well. And they've sent 2 players forwards, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be harder, but there's another knock. Yeah, it's...
I think it was just a better idea to just die as 2.
yeah, going as 2, try and not die, but now it's just Fresh. Left alone, all on his Todd.
I don't like this. Anyway, I think that what we can say about this though, and I like this to the extent that they try to get their boys back up. I think they realized that, you know, they were not going to make it very far into those final circles if they'd run as just 2. But at the end of the day, this bodes well going into the Super Weekend, where I think some of their biggest weaknesses are the fact that these guys aren't able to keep all their players back up and running. Again, though, it was a risky play. It was a risky play.
Team Doom have started to pepper Game Lord on this maneuver. Already managed to get 1 flush. Dashi. Conqueror taking shots across the open ground towards 4 Romanian Boys. Managed to find Poco, look for the spray down. Trying to mount up the side. And Jamaz is open on broadside if the 4 Romanian Boys are able to get up to the right position. But both of them are going to have to move pretty far. ChasMac Gaming right now, again, find themselves on Erangel in a winnable spot.
They do. I think ChasMac kind of just remain in one location and try and run with it as long as possible. See what they can do with it. I think 4 Romanian Boys are losing players in this situation. Conqueror, as you said before, they had a very, very strong position. They're just going to try and run with this one as long as possible. But they will have to make their way across the road. Game Lord, though, again, strong on Erangel. Not as strong as they are on Miramar, but still making it down from Yasnaya is fairly easy from this position.
Moving down, excuse me now, continuing to fight things out with Exquisite Décode UK across the way in the circle, and actually Exquisite Décode UK suffering pretty heavily. Conqueror need a position to move to, and they're going to try and stop Game Lord from doing just that as well. ChasMac Gaming holding out, everybody circling right now, and the nades start to bombard through the windows, but Shadowen goes down. Narvalo safe from that first nade, but not from the second. Shadowen low and ticking away, not going to be able to survive that one. ChasMac down to 2.
ChasMac now struggling, but Game Lord equally in not the best scenarios at all. most of these teams opting to stay on this south side as long as possible. I mean, you're going to have to battle through most people. Fresh is desperately making his way into this circle at the moment. We'll see how far he can go. And he just about makes it in, actually. And, you know, he's got the entirety of that northwest side to himself. Very surprising he's made it this far. Survival expert indeed. Drops out the vehicle. Very close to Conquerors, but will live for the time being and potentially get some more placement points for his troubles. This is really well done from Unicorns, I love.
I mean,
or at least Fresh, I have to say.
They've already done phenomenally well today, so it might just have been a case of trying something out in these next couple of games and maybe just sort of overemphasizing getting the team back up that, as you said, led to basically their downfall. In comes the Crash, Conqueror, moving straight on up to the position held by the duo from ChasMac Gaming, as well as the solo player there, Narvalo, on the outside for Game Lord. Sorry, Victor is still going as well, right on top of them as well, so there's a duo there to deal with. LMV on the south end, 3 players alive themselves.
Fresh is flying around the east side of this circle and surprisingly made it past because of the way that SKP and Team Doom are currently taking a fight, and he makes it into the circle just in time. Incredible timing for Fresh here. I think he is taking a couple of shots his way, but alive for the time being. Because, excuse me, that know his location. Conquerors, Game Lord, ChasMac, all fighting over this location.
SKP now the main barrier for Fresh, for Unicorns of Love to continue going as this solo player. Oh, but the smoke's bloomed. I feel like somebody knows something's up. Immediately takes shots back at Trace, and that is bold. Pretty brash as well. SKP look down south as well, off the back of those shots, off the back of that smoke. Actually takes some fire from the compound. Game Lord actually probably on the better wall of this compound. LMV though getting rushed straight on down, and Champions Club able to pick up some kills there.
Fantastic stuff. We'd love to see it. I like the way that Fresh dealt with that, kind of like the PUBG Mobile Jedi, just waves his hand and said, "This is not the fight you were looking for." And Traden's like, "You know what? You right. I don't want it." Moves away pretty quickly. Conquerors versus ChasMac still, though. Conquerors can't quite make it over this wall, and it's Victor who has a bead on him.
Maybe a nade, maybe something, but really not finding too much. Forces Victor up. They know he's behind the buggy now. Could position nade. And there we go. AZ sends it out, and actually it's a Molotov. That forces Victor away around the back and over the top of the buggy. You should just be visible there. Narvalo not able to back up the teammate. And actually the Molotov secondary coming across the way as well. It's going to be good. Very, very nice stuff. Game Lord down to 1. The circle moves towards SKP, but they haven't taken a dominant position in this circle just yet. They haven't left this compound.
Yeah, the problem is SKP is getting very scarily close to qualifying at this point in time with the amount of points they're accruing. I mean, if they get to win this game, it'd be very... In fact, if they get to win this game, they're almost certainly in the Super Weekend, right, John?
Yeah, probably looking fairly good for it. Of course, they do need the miracle run, as we were talking about before, for Vodafone Giants, Nexus Gaming, and Deus Sirens all not to qualify. You could maybe get rid of Nexus Gaming and talk about Destiny, so that is another opportunity there. And let's take a look at the bottom of the tables here. You've got Destiny finishing their day on 7. Deus Sirens, I think they went down earlier, as did Vodafone Giants, all both on 13. So it's feasible that those two teams don't qualify, and Destiny doesn't qualify as well. And all of a sudden, we're in a world where SKP can qualify for the finals.
And SKP have found that location down towards Novo, very accessible, even with another team in that location. So it would be really, really interesting tomorrow to see if SKP continues to drop on Novo, because they're just getting themselves, if that's the case, and they get themselves an easy 4 kill points every game, and Deus Sirens cannot come up to match them. God, that could be bad.
Well, I mean, Deus Sirens move almost like after the first game if that happens again, right? So maybe you get it one game and maybe not the second one. It depends on how stubborn they are in terms of keeping to that drop spot and trying to challenge it out for it. Open ground now, still in the mix. Look at that. That's one lineup of cars. Love to see it. Very aerodynamic looking there as Levi does finally go down. Champions Club now eliminated in 5th place. 11 points on the game.
Quickly, SKP put themselves into position. This would be their second chicken dinner out of the league play, so they certainly know how to finish games out. Up against the wall. This is good stuff from Hamoud. He moves up nice and early. It will be difficult for ChasMac to actually stop them from pushing onto position. All these teams have to move out towards them, and SKP took a very dominant position nice and early, especially knowing that there's still a fight going on there, so both teams are stopping each other from moving out too early.
Hammud is so pivotal in this forwards position. If ChasMac Gaming get a good nade on towards the position that Hammud currently has, this game changes. But right now, SKP have it in the back pocket. ChasMac looking to try and exit, and there's so much space between the walls. You see these nades coming from a mile away if you're Hammud. The smoke's clearing might prove to be tricky if Conqueror can get into a good spot. But with Vita going down, with Hammud controlling these sightlines, MZ falling, SKP are reigning terror here in these final circles. And with a massive point game, as we talked about before, comes the potential of qualifying. Conqueror taking another flush there. Nox coming through, and Hammud is down, but it's traded very, very quickly. Hamodi in to back it up. Rasho with a backstop. Unfortunately, he's taken down as well, and things are looking a little hairier. But there are still 2 players live and kicking for SKP.
Yeah, with ChasMac out of the way now, just Conqueror remaining. There is an opportunity to go for the Resurrects here. Again, Conqueror is right at the edge of the blue. SKP can't be doing things like this, though, running around in the open. You know, Jamas might have his back to a wall, but it doesn't really matter if you're playing that. But SKP, it's more than certainly over here.
You love to see it. The push comes through. Conqueror eliminated. SKP get a big chicken dinner. A lot of points on the board and looking pretty safe to qualify. So the question on my mind, and I hope everybody else's mind, is what can Destiny, Deus Sirens, and Vodafone Giants do tomorrow to be able to secure themselves in these top spots? It is all on the line.
It really is all on the line right now. Things get very, very scary, especially with SKP having such a stand-up performance during today. It is crazy to see. That last game has really nailed at least a couple of those nails in the coffin right now. So it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this one, John. Again, though, I think this does come down to Destiny and Deus Sirens, and I think there's some inability there to find specific locations and solidly hold areas. I think Deus Sirens, like, not even being... That's the first time SKP's dropped in Nova, by the way, and they're able to easily wrest it off the hands of Deus Sirens, who've been dropping there near this entire tournament.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to wonder what this team can keep on doing. I mean, Deus Sirens right now, they have qualified for both Super Weekends, right? But off that performance, off today's point scoring, they have not got enough points to be going forwards, right? They are really going to have to put in some work tomorrow to be able to secure themselves a spot in the Super Weekend. And you've got to remember as well, they're currently sat in 16th place overall in those Super Weekend standings, which means that they are very much at risk when it comes to qualification spots for the West Europe finals here at the PMPL. So, like, it's... I don't know. I'm hoping they can do it, but my brain tells me otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, even my gut tells me otherwise here, John. It is a worrisome final day of the league play coming up ahead of us, and you know, I couldn't be happier. I love it when we get these scary little rundowns when it comes to the league play. I think that we're in for a little treat here, John. That's for sure, and that's. Super Weekend will be very, very intense. And it's never fun to watch a Super Weekend where you already know all the teams are going to the finals. But here in Western Europe, all these teams are so equally matched a lot of times. It feels like they are just a rung underneath the ladder every single time that people could just start clambering just that little bit, John. And that Super Weekend is going to be a very, very tense few days.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think tomorrow is going to be make or break for a lot of these teams as well. Getting in, as I said before, Destiny, very, very important that they get in here, and they haven't put up a lot of points today. Same story for Vodafone Giants, because they're currently in the elimination zone, right? They're in that red zone at the bottom of the Super Weekend tables. Yeah. And yeah, it's do or die for them tomorrow. Vodafone Giants need to step up. I mean, today they needed to, sure, but they still had a little bit more leg room to play with if they had 1 or 2 bad performances. Well, now they've had 4 not great performances. They're on 13 points. Exquisite Décode UK on 13 points as well, actually, and they're actually below Vodafone Giants because they have less placement points, so they're currently at risk. And I mean, I couldn't call it right now because there's about 7 teams at the bottom that all could just not qualify tomorrow. And Champions Club, 15 points. They are currently out of the bottom 4. Are we going to see their first entry in the Super Weekend?
I honestly would love to see it. I think Champions Club has had a champions mentality. I mean, they've never given up, and it doesn't feel like they're down and out pretty much every single league player they play, and that is something that I'm happy to see, even as 3 players. I think you mentioned Vodafone Giants there, but they're not even really on my mind at the moment of time, and I think that's worrying. That should be a worrying factor for your Vodafone Giants, because it feels like there's been so many chances given to that team, and they've failed to take any of them. I think that's the issue. It has been a downhill slope that they've been faced against, and it has been slicked with oil, and they are stumbling, slipping, flying down that slope with nothing to grip onto at the moment. So someone needs to pull out a tomahawk, stop the fall, otherwise they're gonna have a rough time on their hands.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. I mean, but on the flip side, you got teams like Nexus Gaming, who did pretty well today, and even further on the flip side, SKP team, right? They've got huge points off that last game, right? I think they had over 15 kills in that last game and get the chicken dinner. That's like 30 extra points on top of a pretty solid point. Yeah, it's huge. Is that the biggest? Is that the biggest game we've seen here at the PMPL? I feel like that's the biggest win. 18 kills.
I think it is the biggest win. Yeah, 18 kills is gigantic.
To be able to pull that out when it matters most, I mean, SKP team, are we going to see them rise from the bottom? 57 points on the Super Weekend, dead last in the standings there. Is that going to change? I mean, they've managed to get in one day basically the same as they have in 15 games in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and one last thing to talk about before I think we throw this one back to the desk in a little bit is Unicorns are love, and I think that we've started to see step-ups from every single player from that team. GK first started to work in unison with his players. Rollkiss taking up that IGL role looks extremely good on that. And now, today, Fresh, looking back to natural form. And he reminds me of that same player that I heard singing I Believe I Can Fly when he jumped onto the top of that building on the buggy. That's what he looks like right now. And he just exudes confidence, like getting back into that circle and making that mad dash to the eastern side, it all calm and calculated. That's exactly what I want to see from this player. So I think Unicorns love, they're on the rise, John.
Hey, sometimes you just got to be like Mike, and Fresh looks to fly for the Unicorns of Love. We're going to be headed to a break, and for the end of the day wrap up, we're going to be headed back over to the analyst desk. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go SKP. That's a way to close out a day here, our penultimate day of league play in total in the PMPL Western Europe Season 2. They get themselves a chicken dinner. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with $1,000, but it does come with a better chance of qualifying into the Super Weekend, where potentially they could get top 16, depending on which other teams qualify and obviously how well they do. Now, gentlemen, we should start to break this one down. They had a great game. Conqueror had a great game as well. Conqueror already looking pretty solid to qualify into the Super Weekend. But let's get our match rankings up here and get an idea of how many points all the teams did get from this one. If I'm not mistaken, Deus Sirens did go out really early.
Yeah, and they actually went out early to the hands of SKP team. They were actually fighting towards Novo, and the fact that they got himself a few early kills set up SKP in a very good motion in this game. They were hyped up a little bit. The speed, the momentum was there. And then they just rotated from the more southern side, and they had a very interesting approach where they understood that there's a lot of teams coming in from the north, coming in from the west, and they were like, okay, we're just going to avoid that, go towards where normally a team like Exquisite Décode would enter from, towards the east, and just started to sweep from that position. So I think that was a very strong entry point from SKP team. Played really well, and it shows up in terms of kills. 18 kills this game. That is nutty.
Is this the biggest win we've had?
I think so.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. And I mean, as we'll get onto the numbers breakdowns a little bit later on, I'm sure what a performance we see from SKP team, considering everything that's gone through this tournament so far. Very, very cool to see this kind of performance from them, especially when things were risky here, Jason, for them. They weren't looking all assured, but this might just be enough to push them through.
Yeah, obviously they have still one more day of play. All the teams still have one more day of play, but I will point this out. We did learn from John in his lecture that he was giving us in previous instances that when both of you do predict the same thing, it generally comes out correct. However, it didn't work this time. Team Doom, only 2 points, 1 kill, 1 placement. Unfortunate for them, but also another teammate.
Yeah, he was giving a lot of cool scenarios.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the curse a little bit more powerful than I initially thought. My bad, Team Doom on that one. Especially we saw that Zesh was trying to rush potentially for that MVP position at the top. Them dying a little bit early might have put an end to those plans. We'll see how that worked out. But at the end, looking at the top players, and man, the numbers were real. We were questioning the validity of those numbers, but
I thought it was a mistake.
1,700. That's the highest damage from a player.
I genuinely thought it was a mistake, but no, apparently not. 1,700 damage coming out from Hamodi. What a performance from him. This is like not only obviously like an MVP performance in terms of like this specific game, but this could potentially shake things up towards top for today to the point where, I mean, we've been tracking it quite heavily, Max, and now I'm not so sure. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, we had like, what, 3 players in mind. We had Zesh, we were looking at Fresh also on the side, we were looking also at playoff team. It's Tam also that was there. Yeah. And Homoji just like put an end to the plans, like maybe he's up there, I don't know. I think the top 3 players of the day is definitely possible, especially knowing the Team did die pretty early. But Rasho also 800 damage up there. I would love to see exactly, we're gonna look at the total damage right now from the teams, and we're not quite at the 3,700, but we're getting real close today. And SKP, they really surprised us in how they approached this one. A team that was slowly improving towards the end of the second Super Weekend in this league play, completely blown the expectations out of the water. I mean, hitting the Super Weekend, if they can get a few wins, that's quite a bit of money they could take home.
Yeah, definitely. I think the fact that Hamodi put up half of the team's damage from the vantage point that they had is absolutely insane. Really big congrats to these guys. I mean, again, I think a lot of people have probably looked at them as one of the teams that might be a write-off, that might not even be making it into that final, depending on how they were doing here, and then maybe moving into that Super Weekend if they were able to get there. But they're going to get there. This is a great showing to potentially move them into that, I would say, the middle pack, maybe, Max, considering that I don't know if they're ready yet to challenge the very top dogs here in the tournament, but middle pack seems decent for them at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I talked about this team a little bit already, Sender. I think this is a roster that we need a little bit more time before they can actually play on this level consistently. But again, man, this is experience that's really valuable. You can't replicate this in scrims or community-run tournaments. This is an experience of a lifetime, and they're going to use that into next season, the season after that. We'll see how it works out. Looking at their overall team stats right now, comparing their all days compared to their league play, day 5, that is completely night and day. And even then, when you look at their average kills of 2.6, it's not really that bad when you really think about it. You're getting close to the 3 kill average, which a lot of teams are towards that position. But the one thing that stands out, of course, is the average survival time. That's 80 minutes, 48 seconds. Nothing really insane when you really put into perspective to other teams. But if they can improve on their placement point averages and increase those, this team could actually be in the middle of the pack, even maybe above that in the overall rankings.
Indeed, if you divide up your 6.25 and you get to about your 1.5 for each player or something like that per game, that's a brilliant little step up for SKP team. So very, very happy to see, Jason, the fact that this team's been able to have this fresh resurgence here in this final game and day.
Yeah, I still want to see more, though, right? I think you guys already touched on this. That seeing them have one good game isn't going to be convincing enough for me. I think we've seen them get better over time. I think we've seen the potential that they can pull down the biggest amount of points in one single round we've had yet here in PMPL Season 2. But they need to do it again. Like, they're going to get relatively close to qualifying, but they have to do it in the Super Weekend when things get even more difficult. But we can see here, quick little recap what's all went down today as Conqueror start things off extremely strong, getting their first chicken dinner of the day. But then we see TSC gets on the board, Unicorns of Love, Easter Stars, and obviously, as you guys just saw, SKP. That damage, though, was ridiculous. I mean, was it 1,700, 3,400 overall? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, point record in the game from SKP team, a team that you would have told any other team, I would have said, maybe SKP team, I would have maybe been a little bit hesitant, but man, they showed us what this team is actually made of. And they had a 2-2 split for the longest time from the eastern side. That was such a strong approach because they had a really strong compounder they were fighting from towards where ChasMac Gaming was standing into, and they just made sure that there's no possible way that those teams could actually make it away from that position. So that 2-2 split was great to make sure that there's no cover that would actually work out for the other team. So yeah. I think that was textbult how you finish off a game for SKP, this game in particular.
I mean, Hamodi just did more damage than me and Max do in a Royal Pass season. Like, in one game. That's pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie now.
At least it only takes you one season, all right? It takes me a couple.
I suppose.
All right, guys, it's time to get into our daily prediction of our MVP. Can I get your predictions?
Oh, go on, Max.
I mean, Hamodi, I gotta say, Hamodi impressed us. He's the MVP of the last game for sure. But because of how long they survived, I think Fresh might just be a little bit above Zesh. I think that I'll go with Fresh this one.
Oh, God, it's between Fresh and Hamodi after he put up that performance. You know what? I'm going to gamble. Even though Fresh has been so consistent, I'm going to gamble with Hamodi after that game. It's probably not going to work out.
Okay.
Are you sure that you do not want to gamble? Oh, okay, they threw it.
Damn it!
I wanted to say.
Yes! Wait, I win? No, I don't believe this. What's happening? Is this a prank?
I gambled, all right? I went out on a limb. That's what's happening.
How close is he, though? I would love to see the top fraggers. He must be so close. Like, the amount of damage, the survival time, the 9 kills in a singular game. Like, he must be close second or top 3 minimum. There's no way he's that far away.
Yeah, as soon as we come off the back of the 4th game and we're like, well, Fresh is doing really well, and then he gets 6 kills and then they do so well, and then he survives late into this last game as well. Obviously, Fresh is on the tip of our tongues, always on our mind for that moment, but I just had to go for it after seeing those numbers come out. But look at how Fresh has been performing today. A stellar performance overall. I mean, even in the last game as well, surviving, kind of clutching out a few more placement points for his team, and just blasting out, especially here in the quarry position, which is not exactly the easiest place to play from, Max, but they played it really well.
Yeah, made sure that Team Doom had no chance in hell to make it out of that kind of a warehouse position. Just absolutely barrage of nades coming their way. And to be honest, I don't know if you would agree with me on this one, Kalaris, but I'm looking at Unicorns of Love from the start. They've been steadily improving. I still think they have more to give. I still think that given how they have been playing so far and comparing to their performance in PMPL Season 1, I think that hitting the finals, they could even reach another threshold of what they're able to do. And I think that they still have some potential improvement to make. And if they do make it that far, man, EMEA Championship could go even further beyond.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that there is a bit more from Unicorns to come here, which is scary for the rest of the lobby, definitely. And as we take a look here, Jason, the gamble was about 2 kills behind, all right?
Well, to be fair, for Hamoud, like survival time plays a massive factor in it as well, right? It's a calculation between all 3 stats. So I don't think he necessarily was gonna really make it to first place. I was hoping you would say Fresh, Claris, but you let me down a little bit. But it's fine. You're allowed to do it once in a while. But let's take a look at our overall standings, right? Let's get an idea of where all the teams do currently stand after the first day is done. The halfway point here of league play before we get into our super weekend yet again. And we're gonna have Unicorns of Love actually taking that first place. So at the moment, we have about 5 teams who are already pre-qualified now into this next super weekend.
Yeah, Max, let me take this one. This is a statement from Unicorns of Love because, let's be realistic, the start of this tournament was not easy for them. Now, #1 in league play, week 3, day 1. This is a big statement from this team. It's like, you were fearful of us before, we didn't perform then, but now we're performing, and you better, as sure as anything, be looking out for us in the next coming days. The Unicorns of Love, they're here to play.
And we talked about, especially in week 2 for Unicorns of Love, how they had that point disparity and there was a lot of kills, not a lot of placement points. They fixed that issue too. They're making it consistently towards the late game. That's 30 placement point, 34 kills. Now it's even coming into it, so they're looking really dangerous into the Super Weekends and hopefully the finals too, but they'll make it for sure. No Team Doom, 5th place, and actually I just saw SKP up there. 2nd place, they were 10th place just before this last game, so it goes to show you don't have too many games in the league play, so 1 strong game and boom, you jump up a significant amount. So we'll see if they can hold on to that 2nd place tomorrow, but SKP team definitely been the surprise at the end of today. I
mean, if Hamodi doesn't get those 9 kills, they're effectively 5th, 6th, or something like that. So that's
I won't calculate,
how much,
yeah.
aside from the win, they were able to put in from there. So that's our top 8. Eastern Stars, obviously, with the one chicken dinner, 36 points under their belt. You know, it's not a usual Eastern Stars, maybe a 40-some pointer to be in the top 3 right now or something like that. But you know, they've done enough. They can just kind of get a few more points next in the next league day. Let's take a quick look as well what's going on in 9th through 16th, Max, and take stock of who's in the danger zone coming into our last league play day. Because don't forget, if people do not qualify here, that's their last super weekend to try and get into the finals, Max.
Oh, Vodafone Giants, you can't be doing this to us right now. This is them once again not being able to fix the issue that I've pointed out many times, where they lose a player or two very, very early. And then when you lose players that early on and you're going to be forced to take fights later on down the line, in the mid game, into the late game, it makes it so much harder for you to be able to win the games, and then you just got to aim towards getting as many kills as possible because you don't have the man advantage. That can't happen, so they need to try and work on that eventually. So Vodafone Giants, everything is going to be happening for them tomorrow. It's down to them if they're going to have a good day or bad day. If they have a bad day and they're out of the top 16, their final spot is right out the gate. There's no way. But one team I don't see on this page right now, Kalaris, that's Destiny. Oh, there you go. We slide down 19th place and big and for Romanian Boys. This is actually opposite from week 1.
And Exquisite Décode UK. Bear in mind, like this is a Titan Titan 4 here. Realistically speaking, I mean, maybe you can't call Destiny that right now because they've had some rough times as well. But there are definitely names here that we expect to be getting into super weekends that haven't quite made it happen just yet. So there's going to have to be some readjusting for tomorrow coming in, Max, because they're. Imagine just not getting into the super weekend and then potentially losing out on a few thousand in the process, because these are teams that can win games in that super weekend.
I have the impression I'm in Stranger Things, and this is the upside down. Like we just everything is completely all over the place. And Destiny, big for Romanian Boys, been down there. Exquisite Décode, if they qualify, that is twice they're getting it really close. They qualified in Super Weekend 2. They were 15th place, and they qualified by just a mere amount of points. So definitely a very surprising result at the end of day 1. Of course, don't have so many games, so one strong performance could allow these teams to get up. But I also want to do and congratulate Champions Club as a 3-man roster. They're looking pretty damn good. I mean, it still is not there for tomorrow, but Champions Club as a 3-man getting 15 points. Hey, that's a little clap for you guys. GG.
It would be nice to see them in a super weekend. There is a small dynamic that we were talking about before, where if a 3-man roster does qualify, then that is effectively one extra point count out of each lobby, which is interesting to kind of talk about and think about here, because maybe who knows, maybe 1 point could be the difference maker later on down the line. But Fresh and Hamodi, I'm really glad that we've been able to highlight Hamodi off the back of what we saw in this previous game. He might not have got that MVP day slot, but definitely deserves to be compared to the big boys here up at the top, Max.
Not the MVP in numbers, but MVP in our hearts, for sure, Modi. That was so close. Just a little bit more average survival time and maybe a kill or two, and he would have been up there. But that is definitely the strongest individual performance from a player we have seen yet throughout this entire PMPL Western Europe Season 2. So for that alone, he deserves a round of applause. Knockout's going to be a little bit higher on the side of Fresh. But yeah, Hamodi being able to play in the big boys side of the pool is very impressive.
I mean, okay, so yeah, they had a good position to play from and a good position to effectively be a turret from, right? But like performances like that, and I've seen it in other esports and things, those kinds of performances, even if it's just one game, and those are the kind of career-defining performances that eventually, like, if your team's not doing so well, maybe you can disband or whatever, or, those are the kind of performances that get you noticed by the teams above you. And then if things continue on, maybe they're like, well, that Hamodi guy, look what he was able to do here. So regardless if this team continues or this team qualifies and stuff like that, it's good for the team if they continue and qualify, but it's also just good for him singly as we take a look at some of the moments that he's able to put up as well.
Yeah, we saw from Season 1 to Season 2 that a lot of teams have been able to change their rosters, so there's always going to be an opportunity, right, for a team like SKP potentially, especially in particular for Hamodi. The PUBG Mobile esports scene it's still in its infancy when you really think about it. So being able to get performances like this and put your stats up there is very impressive. I just hope it's not just a one-hit wonder day where SKP did really great and especially Hamodi, and then it kind of falls off. If they can retain even just a slight amount of this success in the days to come, I think SKP team might be even above the middling teams. They could actually stand out really heavily. Yeah,
definitely so. Damn, what a day we have had. What a day. We've also, we're done. We're done for today. It's been a great day. Thank you very much, Max, for joining me here. Thank you very much to Jason, wherever he's disappeared to. He's a busy man. You know,
he left.
Important things to be doing. We're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow here for more PMPL EU. So a huge thank you for everybody tuning in around the world. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile action.